Good evening. Once again, this is Radio Free Mormon coming back to you with my favorite co-counsel, Kolby Reddish, to talk today about Chapter 7 in the Light on Truth letter. In this chapter, more than any other, I am going to have to confront the young apologist, Radio Free Mormon, and pin his ears back a little bit and give him a good talking to. This has been the most difficult personally for me to do of any episode on the Light and Truth letter, and I'll explain that as we go further into it. Please join us for an exciting evening on Radio Free Mormon. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is Radio Free Mormon on the air, broadcasting behind enemy lines. Tonight's episode is Destroying Mormon Arguments. It's Radio Free Mormon episode 401. Today's date that I'm recording this is the last day of May 31st, 2025. With any luck, this show will premiere this evening. And yes, I am joined again in the studio by my friend and co-counsel, Kolby Reddish. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I go back and forth between saying this evening, which is sort of the myth and the legend, and then I say the reality with you. It's morning, but when it shows up tonight, it will be this evening. So I'm actually correct in saying both things, even though they're mutually contradictory.
Yeah, that's true.
And what a great segue into Austin Fife's Light on Truth letter about Joseph Smith. So I'm going to put up here on the screen our slides, which we've put together for the show. And the title of the show, or the title of the slide deck, is How Did Joseph Smith Know? The reason that it's called that is because that's actually the name of Austin Fife's chapter, How Did Joseph Smith Know? But I've kind of used that title in a few other recent RFM episodes, so I thought I got to change it up a little bit. So it's Destroying Mormon Arguments is the official title for the chapter by Austin Fife called How Did Joseph Smith Know? Okay, now I think I broke in on you. Kolby, how are you doing? How's your week? How's everything?
My week was great. Very busy doing state administration things. Excited for this episode. There's a lot of cool things. I do have to observe as we get started that the title of Austin's chapter, since we've been calling out his logical fallacies a la his first chapter, is an entire shift of the burden of proof / argument from incredulity. Basically saying, if I don't understand how Joseph Smith would have thought this, that it must have come from God, which is fallacious. So right off the bat, even though we're going to go in depth, and I'm super excited to do that, I do have to observe that the entire premise of this chapter is a fallacious argument.
Well, and the whole chapter really is a potpourri of favorite apologetic tactics and observations, tools, discoveries, parallels, really, is what it is. It's a lot of parallels going on here. Yeah. And we're going to go through them tonight and talk about them, and we're going to show why it is that these don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. None of these parallels do.
Are you familiar with the original meaning of potpourri, RFM?
No. Will you enlighten us?
Yeah, it's when you throw 10 bad arguments at a problem because one good one can't be found.
It is? That's the original meaning?
No. Well, maybe for Austin.
It is morning. I think I just proved it. Okay, morning is broken like the first morning, and Radio Free Mormon finally got the joke. So here we go. We've only got 80 slides to get through, so I want to do this at a quick pace so we can be out of here by midnight. I'm just talking about the recording, not the premiere. All right, so Austin quotes from Harold Bloom at the beginning of his chapter. We've already covered Harold Bloom in some depth before.
Yeah, this is that same quote, I think.
It is basically it. He can't get enough of Harold Bloom. Like I said, the apologists love this guy. Looking at, he's written more than just about Mormonism. He's written quite a bit of things. Here's a book he wrote about Shakespeare. That's Harold Bloom. Shakespeare, The Invention of the Human Mind. I'm sorry? Or the Invention of the Human.
I kind of chuckled when you said Austin can't get enough of Harold Bloom, because he obviously never read the book that he was citing, as you demonstrated last episode. So when you say he can't get enough of Harold Bloom, you mean he can't get enough of Cheryl picking Harold Bloom's favorable quotes about Mormonism. That's
right. And we can tell already that there's a couple of them, because he's already quoted one of them twice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And believe it or not, this book by Harold Bloom, it's bigger than the Book of Mormon. It's over 700 pages long.
Wow, where did all the words come from, though?
I don't know. It's amazing, really. I think that Shakespeare himself was an ancient Hebrew Jew. Here's how he starts it, okay, after the Bloom quote. This section, Austin writes, or someone writes under Austin's name. This section covers the items in the other category, which I don't really know what that means, but I don't care, of criticism, the other category of criticism and evidence of the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith. I chose only a handful of interesting examples. If this section included everything, all the books in the world could not contain them. No, wait, that's the end of John. Okay. If this section included everything, this letter would be inordinately long. This is what apologists do. They're going to pick a few things, okay? Now, he's going to pick what he thinks are the best things. Otherwise, he's got no business writing a book unless he's picking the best things, right? But he's also going to leave it in your head that if you're not really that impressed by these, well, there's a whole lot more that I got, but I just didn't have time to tell you about them, okay? He goes on, is anything in this section absolute proof that Joseph was a prophet? Not quite. And when you're done listening to this episode, you're going to say, not only not quite, but not by a long shot does any of this evidence or all of this evidence put together prove that Joseph Smith was a prophet. He says not quite. However, so much of what is in this section goes unnoticed or is disregarded by non-believers. Wow, that's news.
Yeah.
This was the most unkindest cut of all. Yes, well, we're not going to unnotice it or disregard it tonight, Austin. I think you'll be very happy by the time we're done that we did not do that. Some of the evidence cited in this section is highly inconvenient for critics. Is that a challenge, Ska? Well, we will see how inconvenient it is. Do you want to say anything about this before we go on, Kolby?
Just the last sentence. I think it's really funny, the level of projection going on here, right? Some of the evidence cited in the section is highly inconvenient for critics. The reality is, if there were evidence of some of the things that Austin's claimed about Joseph Smith or about the Book of Mormon, I can let those things pass through objective evaluation of the evidence, because there's so many other problems with just the contemporary church leadership. Yeah. He is operating from this assumption that bias swings equally and that bias swings both ways equally. And I just don't think that's true, because like both you and I have talked about, we were both believers in this stuff. You understood this more in-depth historical detail stuff than I did, but I also had my own, I would even call it like proto-apologetics, because I never really dabbled as much as you did in apologetics, but did my own kind of inventing arguments to make sense of things. And so, if anything, we had a bias swinging the same direction as Austin and came to a different conclusion. So I just wanted to point that out. Under my worldview today, there's really no form of evidence that's inconvenient for me, because all that would mean, to paraphrase a quote I heard once at the beginning of my faith crisis, when an honest man discovers he's incorrect, he either decides to stop being honest or to stop being incorrect. And that's how I truly do feel today. So there really is no evidence, Austin, that's inconvenient for me. It would at most mean that I would have to change my mind about something.
Yes. And that's not a Herculean task when you're not bound religiously to a proposition.
Right.
All right. Well, he starts with Enoch. Here we go. By the way, I have slides that I made of his letter, and there's nothing that's omitted. We're not going to read everything that's in his letter. If you want to, please go ahead and find it. It's on the internet. It's easy to find. He's made it available and free if you want to look at it on the internet. And so great. We're going to do that. Now, the first thing is about Enoch. This is the one that is the most personal to me and the one that I have been putting off responding to the longest, because let me put it out there, okay? I think that as far as parallels go, the book of Enoch has it hands down. This is the strongest evidence for Joseph Smith in terms of parallels, but we're going to have to examine what exactly that means here in a minute.
Sure.
In the book of Moses, which is the first few chapters of the Joseph Smith translation of Genesis. Joseph Smith took one verse basically about Enoch, which says he was there and then he wasn't, for God took him, right? He's the seventh from Adam, the seventh patriarch from Adam. We don't find out anything about him in Genesis. We get a couple more hints, maybe in the New Testament, but he is like Melchizedek, a very mysterious figure, and obviously a powerful figure. What on earth does this mean? He was with God and then he wasn't. Well, I say he wasn't, and God took him. It fires the imagination. So Enoch has had an awful lot of pseudepigraphical literature written in his name because of this. Melchizedek is similar too, but we're talking about Enoch tonight. So the first thing to know is that there's an awful lot of Enochic or Enochian, I say Enochic, tomato, literature that's out there. But what we have to understand is that this is all pseudepigraphical. Really quick, okay? Pseudepigraphic literature, it's a long word. All it means is this, is that it was very common, and may still be today, and even in the early 19th century in New York, it was very common for people who had strong religious views to want to express those views in writing as if they were scripture. In other words, they've got automatic authority. They don't have to make the argument. They're producing scripture that supports what they have to say. But I'm Joe Schmo. And if I say this is the book of Joe Schmo, nobody's going to care about a book of Joe Schmo, and they're not going to be interested in reading my wonderful ideas. So I will write my ideas in the name of somebody important and someone who sounds authoritative, somebody like Enoch, somebody like Paul, somebody like so many people, right? And that is what pseudepigraphic literature is. It is literature that is not written by the person to whom it's ascribed. It's written by somebody else, ascribing it to someone who is obviously older and more famous. So all this Enochic literature is pseudepigraphic. There is no book of Enoch out there that anybody actually thinks was written by Enoch. In fact, most scholars would probably tell you that Enoch couldn't write a lot because he didn't exist in the first place. And in the second place, even if he did, he didn't write this stuff. We'll get into the dating of that here in a bit, okay? Now, having said that, let me take this off the screen. Hopefully, this preface will make things go quicker.
Well, while you swap screens, I did want to say one thing about pseudepigrapha, just because it kind of goes along with a theme we've talked about with regard to Joseph Smith and even sometimes contemporary leaders of the church. Is I think it's important that people understand, while that root pseudo means false, I think pseudepigrapha is mostly an exercise in people trying. They know that they're being dishonest in writing pseudepigraphical literature, but they're often doing it because they think they're telling the truth. And what I mean by that is it's usually a sincerely motivated religious exercise to try and capture some truth. And I don't know how much that will play into the Enochian things we will go through, but I think it's important that people start to divorce themselves from this false binary that we've seen in Austin's thinking of Joseph Smith either had to be a knowing con man or an actual prophet of God. And I want to do the same thing for these pseudepigraphical authors, to basically say whoever they were, millennia ago. When we are talking about them writing in a false name, they're doing that because they believe their message was so important and so true that they needed that credence that they could get from that name.
I think that's one of the reasons that scholars call this class of literature pseudepigrapha instead of just forgeries.
Right.
Because technically they're forgeries, but that sounds so down and dirty, and it sounds like it has a bad intent. So this is pseudepigrapha because, like you say, this is done out of the most religious and pure motives, that they're using someone else to bolster their ideas, which they believe deeply are correct. Okay, very good. Thank you for adding that. Now we've got this. This is Enoch. Now what he's going to do is he's going to line up Moses 6 and 7 on the left, quotes from there. And on the right, he's going to have quotes from Enochic literature, which he feels are similar and parallel to. And he's going to go on for, I guess, a couple pages. It's hard to say how many pages because it's not in pages, it's on the internet, at least the way we're looking at it. So he starts by saying in 1830, Joseph Smith took 5 verses from the Bible, 5, I guess, and turned them into 110 verses in Moses 6 and 7. That's the book of Enoch. PGP, Pearl of Great Price Enoch, is how it's sometimes referred to. These 110 verses present serious problems for critics. Moses 6-7 may be the greatest corroborating evidence. Beyond the Book of Mormon, no. Better than the Book of Mormon. Much better than the Book of Mormon, in my opinion. Of Joseph's role as a revelator. To an 1830s critic of Joseph Smith, the added scriptures regarding Enoch likely seemed like nonsense or blasphemy, the incoherent ramblings of a delusional fraudster. Boy, he's laying it on kind of thick, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's like this hat is completely empty. There's no rabbit in this hat. And now watch what I'm going to do.
It makes me really happy that I took a moment to have that aside about pseudepigrapha, because look, here it is, right? I forgot that it was right here in this chapter, even though I was preparing slides on this last night, on that exact phrase, in fact. But there it is right there. It either has to be the incoherent ramblings of a delusional fraudster, or he was an actual prophet of God. No pious fraud theory a la Dan Vogel. He can't, it's like he can't wrap his mind around how to make sense of it, except for in that strict dichotomy, which is a false dichotomy for what it's worth.
It's kind of like the dichotomy that C.S. Lewis used about Jesus. He says that there's only 3 things that Jesus could be.
Right.
Wow. But of course, he's arguing, right? Mm-hmm. This is an argument. Either he's nuts, he's a liar, or he's the Son of God.
Yep.
So if we can discount nuts and a liar, then hey, he's got to be divine. You've heard that before?
Yeah, I've heard it described as lunatic, liar, or Lord.
Oh, very good. Okay, so I do want to say this up front, okay? I have done a lot of study in the past, maybe 20 years ago, about Enochic literature and the Book of Enoch. We'll get to that in a second here. I just want to say that these parallels, he could have done a better job with these parallels. But to be fair, okay, the Book of Enoch, there are several books of Enoch, and it is the first book of Enoch. There's 3 of them, and then there's other materials. But the first book of Enoch had been published in English. I think it was in 1821 over in London. So it was prior to the Book of Mormon, not that long prior to it. Translated into English. Okay, it had been known about obviously before then. Mm-hmm. And then the second book of Enoch, I don't even know if it was discovered then. And the third book of Enoch is after that. So these are all after the Book of Mormon have come off the press. Okay, and that's always very powerful. I was surprised that he didn't mention that in his article, because that's usually standard fare for apologists to bring that up, right? Because how could Joseph Smith have known? I didn't see it in there. I'm pretty sure it's not in there, but I'll add it for him. This is part of the steel manning that we like to do here.
And timeline-wise, the Book of Moses would have been written in 1830, 1831 by Joseph Smith. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Very good. So let's see here. Why do critics ignore Joseph Smith's Enoch? All right. Well, there's a few things. Now, one of the things here is in Moses chapter 6, verses 31, where Enoch is referred to as a lad. You see that in there?
Yep.
Okay. For I am slow of speech, wherefore am I thy servant, and am but a lad. So Enoch, talking about himself, says, I am a lad. He's young. Strange. He's noted as being 65 years old when this happens. Doesn't explain why he's called a lad. You're left to presume maybe it's because people were living to almost 1,000 years old back then, and he's just a youngster. But it doesn't say, which is interesting. Then in 3rd Enoch, okay, way after, in 3rd Enoch, he's referred to as a lad. Again, okay? Now, lad is an unusual word. Joseph Smith doesn't use this word, I don't think, anywhere else in any of his writings. And the word lad is similarly unusual in the Enochic literature, but there you have it. Now, if you know the story, which I happen to, okay, for 3rd Enoch, the reason that Enoch is called a lad there is because he has now been apotheosized or apotheotized to being an angel. So he's an angel with all the other angels, and the other angels are looking at him like, what are you doing here?
So because he's a new angel, he's a lad angel, really? That's just not here? Okay.
Yes, he's young among the angels.
I see.
And we don't get anything of that in Moses 6, but still, okay, there is a parallel there of a word that's unusual. Now, here's the analogy that came to me, okay? This is so much and so difficult for me because I used to hang so much weight on these arguments, especially about Enoch. I mean, I created a slideshow and went on a modest tour throughout the stake with one stop and gave a presentation about this on a Sunday afternoon that ended up taking like 3 hours. Can you imagine that? Me, 3 hours?
On a Saturday? No.
No, it was a Sunday. It was a Sunday.
Okay.
It was a Sunday, so it wasn't so bad. There wasn't anything else I could do as a Mormon. And then you look down there and you got Enoch 6 versus Mandean Enoch. Okay, we'll talk about Mandean Enoch here in a second, because that's not first, second, or third Enoch. But what I'm trying to say is I've invested a great deal of time and effort into this, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. So this is difficult for me to pull my head out and actually look at what I was doing and to really look at the things that I was avoiding looking at when I was involved in this process. What it's like is not being able to see the forest for the trees. There's a forest of Enochic literature here. And let's say that one of the trees is this pearl of great price, Enoch, Moses 6 and 7, okay? And what we're doing is we're comparing trees, this tree in the forest, to all the other trees in the forest. Once again, the forest is all the Enochic literature, and there's a ton of it, which lends itself to the possibility of having more connections to your tree. The more other trees there are, the more likely there are to be connections to your tree. There is no other tree out there in the forest that's like your tree. All right. That's the thing. There is no other tree in the forest that is your tree. What you're actually doing is you're not comparing your tree to other trees. You're comparing a few leaves on your tree to a few leaves in the forest. And the few leaves from your tree aren't even all on one tree in the forest. You are looking at every single leaf on every tree in the forest. And when you come up with several of these, that's supposed to be proof that your tree is true, that it actually belongs in the forest, all right? That it fits in there, that it looks like the other trees.
Right.
Okay. Hopefully that makes some sense.
Because that's
go ahead.
Well, I think that's super helpful framing as we go through this, because that was my original thought when I started looking at this table, is he's got these parallels across all different types of apocryphal Enoch stories. And my immediate takeaway was, actually, if we were critical thinkers, what would look like much better evidence for like the Joseph Smith legitimately receiving revelation that connected to like the true Enoch story is you should find a handful of parallels to one of the apocryphal Enochian stories, not finding a parallel or two to a dozen of them. That would be much stronger evidence of a legitimate connection to the ancient Enoch.
Here we go. This is your slide, Kolby. Please take us through this.
Yeah, this is the slide I referenced a second ago. Yeah. Before we get in depth on all of the apocryphal writings, is I did just want to pause and say, Austin Fife said, to an 1830s critic of Joseph Smith, the added scriptures regarding Enoch likely seemed like nonsense or blasphemy, the incoherent ramblings of a delusional fraudster. And I was sitting there looking over the book of Enoch last night looking over the book of Moses, the sections dealing with Enoch, because, I actually read the things we're going to be talking about and do some research of my own. And I'm sitting there reading it thinking, oh, gee, who could ever have come to the conclusion that these things were the incoherent ramblings of a delusional fraudster based on a few of these passages? Moses 6, 35 and 36 has Enoch being told by the Lord, anoint thine eyes with clay and wash them, and thou shalt see. And he beheld the spirits that God had created, and he beheld also things which were not visible to the naked eye. I know that there's a parallel to the story with, it's Samuel, isn't it, with the clay? Or is that...
The New Testament has a story about Jesus instructing the blind man to anoint his eyes with clay and then wash them and then be able to see. And he can't see so well. He sees men walking as trees, and Jesus says, do it again, and then it works.
Isn't there an Old Testament story too? I thought there was.
Probably. Anyway, a lot of things that Jesus did are written specifically to replicate or echo stories from the Old Testament.
Anyways, my point here is just, who would ever think that a man washing his eyes with clay and then seeing things that were not visible to the natural eye could be the ramblings of a delusional fraudster? I also thought this one gave me a little bit of a kick, especially since
I thought the spirits that God created were invisible to the natural eye.
Yeah, but I'm not sure you're going to see him if you anoint your eyes with clay and wash them. I think
It's
you
just a
might have
funny way
to.
of putting it. He beheld the spirits that God had created, which I would presume were invisible, but it says, and he beheld also things which were not visible to the natural.
That's right. That's right. It's sloppily worded.
Yeah.
Enoch should do better. In Moses 7, we had this: the people of Canaan shall be utterly destroyed. And I have a few ellipses here, so I am cutting out some unnecessary verbiage. The people of Canaan shall be utterly destroyed, and the land shall be barren and unfruitful. And there was a blackness came upon all the children of Canaan, and they were despised among all people.
Mm.
Gee, such great inspirational message from supposedly Enoch.
It's a good thing
Mo-
you mentioned this in your slide, Colby, because I don't think that Austin ever gets around to mentioning that verse in this chapter.
yeah, he didn't find any parallels. That's odd.
I might
Um,
have, but he didn't.
yeah, Moses 6:52 tells the story of God telling Adam to be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ thousands of years before Jesus is even born, and even before Hebrew, Greek, and Christian messianism even exist. This isn't prophecy; it is retroactive narrative grafting. It's this. I really like the phrase that John Lundwall came up with. This idea, he calls it the Mormon monomyth, where they basically take Mormonism and extend it all the way back to Adam, and they make it like it isn't a giant anachronism to have Adam being baptized in the name of Jesus Christ before the
Right.
concept of baptism even existed.
Well, fortunately for Mormons, this was a common thing even among Christians, early Christians,
Right.
and a lot of their pseudepigrapha ends up being with Old Testament figures and taking their religion of Christianity and
Mhm.
grafting it back in to these Old Testament figures before Christ. So
Right.
they end up doing the same thing that the Book of Mormon does. So it appears to be this common idea, which isn't that strange when you think about it, that your religion and its age are really important. If you have a new religion, that's not as significant as if you have an old religion. And just the age gives it this kind of weight and this kind of authority that it doesn't have. You say, hey, just thought of this the other day. So you put it in the names of great prophets who lived anciently,
Mhm.
and you put your religious beliefs in their mouth, even if you're a Christian and writing about Enoch or even Adam. This is one of the things with Moses 6:52, this idea about the baptism of Adam
Mhm.
that's mentioned there. There's no parallel, unfortunately, in the Enochic literature to Adam's baptism, but you can go to the Nag Hammadi and find the Testament of Adam. I'm pretty sure it's Nag Hammadi. Testament of Adam, and a Gnostic text where he is baptized of the Spirit. And then if you tweak it enough, that becomes a parallel to Moses 6:52.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioning this is something that Christians are very familiar with. I would even go so far as to say this is something that dates all the way back, like at least to the gospel authors, right? When we have Matthew writing things like, and thus he was called a Nazarene because Jesus came
Mhm.
from Nazareth. That's just a complete reinterpretation of what that would have meant to that prophecy about the Messiah would have meant to the original authors. So you're right. Mormonism isn't unique in doing this and stretching their beliefs back into the past. I just had to point out that this isn't the way reality works. And so, when Austin's saying who could think that this was the incoherent ramblings of a delusional fraudster, me, because it looks like the incoherent ramblings of a delusional fraudster, or at least the incoherent ramblings of someone who may have been trying to make legitimate sense out of a world that just didn't make sense to the guy.
Mm. But imagine how exciting it is to the average apologist like me to go back and start reading the pseudepigrapha and finding stuff that's written in the name of Old Testament prophets and talking about Christianity. Hello, that's the Book of Mormon, right? That proves the Book of Mormon is true.
Well,
It doesn't seem so special now that I kind of described the trick. All right. What is Mandean Enoch? Well, there's a lot of stuff about Mandean Enoch, and I had to look it up, okay? But the Mandeans, this is a sect, a religious sect that considers Adam, Seth, Noah, Shem, and John the Baptist prophets. Yes, John the Baptist,
hmm.
with Adam being the founder of the religion. Sound familiar? And John being the greatest and final prophet. I think Jesus gets to be a high priest, but he doesn't get to be a prophet. So it's really interesting here, okay? Which is, we're going to quote, by which I mean Austin Fife is going to quote, by which I mean the apologist is going to quote from Mandean Enoch in order to try and make a comparison of one leaf with another, while completely ignoring the tree, which basically denies Jesus's prophetic nature, the way that Mormons would believe it.
Right.
So I put a note here. Apologists will cite to non-Christian texts if it suits their ends. It doesn't matter what else the text may say or what believers in the text believe. If it supports Mormonism, it will be enlisted. All right. So I'm saying if you're quoting from writings from a religion that has huge pieces of it that totally contradict what you believe, that sort of highlights how it is you're just looking at the leaves and not at the trees.
Yeah, absolutely. Like in your first example, I think if I'm understanding what you're saying, and I think this is such a good point to get people to think about this, is in your first example, the parallel was the word lad, right? That's the word
Yes.
that he found, the similar word that he tries to match. In in that first example, third Enoch, you were saying that is because Enoch has been transfigured or made into an angel of some type. And so he's saying, I'm a lad compared to the other angels. Then it's not the same narrative use in Joseph Smith's use of lad in Moses 6. And so that then asks the question, like, what does this parallel mean? That's the question that people should be thinking anytime you look at the parallel. Like, how exactly is that significant if both of them use the same word, but the narrative use is completely different? I'm not understanding why that would even be significant. Like how
because it's lad, because it's Enoch. Enoch's being called a lad. It's an unusual word. And as I was driving to the studio this morning, I thought, yeah, at this point, what we're really doing, what the apologist is actually doing, is they're comparing English translations. It's even removed from the leaf, right? We're going to look at the English translation, and because the translator of this book ended up translating it into lad, and Joseph Smith used lad, then that becomes the cause of celebration.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting too, and prompts the question. Apologists of this type usually get very grumpy, including Austin Fife, get very grumpy when they think ex-Mormons or critics are finding parallels to books like the View of the Hebrews or the Late War and are doing basically their same exact methodology, only in reverse. So it's interesting to see like how they would reconcile the similarity, because as you and I talked about, the point of those parallels isn't necessarily the words matching the words. It's the idea of the memes, the stories behind that are found in those pieces of literature that show how not necessarily unique Joseph Smith's ideas encapsulated in the Book of Mormon were, rather than just looking at matching words. Kind of confused on why this is profound to people like Austin.
Because it's an unusual word, lad. That's why. That's all of it, really.
There must have been some traveling Scotsman that ran into Enoch back in the day, I guess.
Yeah, I think Enoch is saying, he's like saying, here I am, God, and all the angels, they're just calling me a lad. Can you believe it? Angels, they're so snooty.
Yeah.
And here's some more, okay? Now, one of these is the Book of Giants. Now, Book of Giants is Dead Sea Scrolls Enoch. 1947 Dead Sea Scrolls are found, and at some point they find some fragments of the Book of Giants, which is an Enochic text that they had among them. Once again, Enoch was a hugely influential figure, lots of stuff written about him.
Right.
And I'm bringing this up to show you there's additional stuff beyond 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Enoch that they're comparing Pearl of Great Price Enoch to. There's Mandean Enoch, and I got no idea how big that is, I got to tell you. But the Book of Giants. So the Book of Giants, obviously Joseph Smith didn't have access to the Book of Giants. And unfortunately, they're reduced once again to a name, and this name isn't lad. There's no direct match. But the name in Moses 640 of a man other than Enoch is Mahijah. Mahijah, Mahijah, or Mahiah. There came a man unto him whose name was Mahiah, and he said, or Mahijah, and he said unto him, tell us plainly who thou art and from whence thou comest. Now, in the Book of Giants, which is about Enoch and some giants, it talks about the Giborim sent, and these are, I think, different kinds of giants. The Giborim send one of their fellows named Mahaweh to consult Enoch. By the way, this isn't strictly a quote. He's describing it. He says the Giborim send one of their fellows named Mahaweh to, quote, consult Enoch in order to receive an authoritative interpretation of the visions, period, end of quote. And I don't know that he's quoting the Book of Giants or if he's quoting Hugh Nibley talking about the Book of Giants. Regardless, you'll notice that there is a difference in the names. One is Mahijah, that's Joseph Smith's, and the other was Mahaweh, M-A-H. Okay, well, we got the first three letters right. Then it goes off the tracks. Instead of I-J-A-H, it has A-W-A-Y. Okay, I think we got a problem here. But we got the first three letters, so this is really significant. What do you think, Kolby?
It's not significant at all. And the parallel is these people whose names start with M-A-H both came and asked Enoch questions, but in completely different contexts. The Moses narrative is Mahijah, I think is how you said it, Mahijah coming and asking about Enoch and where he's from. The other is asking for an interpretation of dreams. So we don't have a parallel in the narrative. That's where, again, I would just ask, what exactly does this parallel mean to you? Like mechanically, Austin, how did this happen? What does it mean, aside from you're able to match three letters of a name?
Well, here's what he says. He has a little asterisk there under Moses 640 where he attempts an explanation. Note that Mahijah, the only other named character in the Enoch story of the book of Moses, is only noted for asking direct questions to Enoch. So here's the thing. The question, completely different subject, as you've already observed, right?
Right.
The whole thing is if you can telescope this thing back, and this is what you have to do as an apologist. You're trying to make two things match, and they don't quite go together. But if you can frame it in a general enough way that it does describe both of them, then that's what you do as an apologist. And that's what he's done here.
Right.
That this person is noted for asking direct questions to Enoch. You see, we've gone back far enough away from the specifics to get to, this person with a different name ask questions of Enoch. So bullseye. You see how that's done, Kolby?
The most insignificant bullseye. Yes, I do see. That's the problem, is when you have to zoom out and you're able to look at this a little bit critically with just an ounce of skepticism, you see that anytime these parallels are a legitimate hit, the hit is so insignificant. That's why I keep coming back to this question. What does that mean to you, Austin? Like what exactly, like give me the explanation of why this is significant beyond just pointing at two words that kind of match on a page.
There's a lot of pointing, and that's the benefit of just having lists, right? Because you can put two lists side by side. You can boldface certain words from each list, though he didn't do that here so well. And then let the reader make the connections that you're suggesting. Because he's explained it as much as he can. There's really not more to say. There's not a lot of argument to be made about this matches this because A, B, and C. It's just sort of bleh. And you do with it what you will.
I think then it'll be a very interesting when we get to the end of our program today, and I'm going through my list of parallels with things that Joseph Smith may have, or where Joseph Smith may have gotten some of his ideas, because I just want people to compare the difference in methodology. Is what's more convincing, throwing up a bunch of half-hearted hits onto a list and bolding them, or actually explaining what you think happened mechanistically? I think it'll be an interesting kind of meta point as we continue to move through.
Yeah, I think so. And by the way, so everybody knows, hang in there. This is going to be great. But at the end of this, we're going to have something even better where Kolby's going to be sharing some new thoughts and some new research about the Book of Mormon and why it fits in the 19th century and not when it is purported to be.
I wouldn't say better. I would just say my part.
Okay, I'll say better.
Okay.
Now, this made me get out my book, okay? Did I already show this, or was that last night? The Old Testament Pseudepigrapha. I showed the Harold Bloom book. That's what I showed. Yeah, and the Apocalyptic Literature and Testaments. By the way, this is just volume 1, okay, of a 2-volume work. And I spent a lot of time with this because it has First Enoch, Second Enoch, and Third Enoch in it. Now, I want to tell you that these are not small books.
Mhm.
In fact, they take a great deal. Well, it's 300 pages.
Oh wow!
A little over 300 pages.
Those 3 books together are about 300 pages.
Yeah. So I'm good. And that's 1, 2, and 3 Enoch. Now that doesn't include Mandi and Enoch. It doesn't include the Book of Giants or anything else. And Jubilees, the Book of Jubilees, he'll quote from as well. So the sky's the limit on the amount of material that you can use to sift through to try and find similar leaves to the leaves that you found in the 2 chapters in the Pearl of Great Price.
Right.
So here's what I did, so they don't have to keep holding this up to the camera. This is about 20 years ago. I went through these 3 books of Enoch, and I made connections, and I drew my own list of parallels between them and the Pearl of Great Price, Enoch. And how I did this was, I'm aware that this is a thing. I had the Hugh Nibley book, which was a collection of his articles about, he's called A Strange Thing in the Land, the Book of Enoch, where he does a similar thing, though not so easy to understand. Some of his things were easy to understand. Other things were kind of really difficult for me anyway. So I made my own. And the first thing I did was, in order to make connections, I had to learn this Pearl of Great Price, Enoch. So what I did was those 2 chapters, 6 and 7 of the Book of Moses, and they're long chapters too, by the way. I read them like 10 times, back to back, over and over, basically trying to commit to memory the basic, the contents of those 2 chapters. So that I could then read through First Enoch and Second Enoch and Third Enoch, and with those ideas from the Pearl of Great Price in my head, I could try and find connections. Now, note that I'm trying to find connections. That's the first problem. Yet I did find connections, and I found over 50 of them. So here you got them here. This is what I did before I ended up making a slideshow that I took on tour. So over here, see, that was the problem. The first ones I put on this side of the page, then I kept going, so I had to go to the left side of the page.
I see number 16, Mahijah.
Yeah, there he is, right there. Hello. And then, oh, by the way, and the ones that are yellow are the ones I went back on and thought were the better ones. So here you go now.
On there too. You had Lad on there as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a great one. And here we go. Continuing. That takes us up to 31. And then you go over here to the dedication page. There will be no dedications on this page. No, I'm using it to put down connections between Enoch. All right. And then over here, it gets down to number 45. I can only use so much writing on that page because they were so inconsiderate to put all that other stuff in print. And this is 51. Yeah. 51. Adam baptized. Oh, it's the apocalypse of Adam. I said the testament of Adam. Apocalypse of Adam. Which is also in here. But by the way, Apocalypse of Adam, a Gnostic text having Adam being baptized by the Spirit. It's a very Christianized text, right? But not unheard of. So what Mormons have done with Adam has been going on for a long time in Christian circles, is writing pseudepigrapha and putting Christianity back way before Jesus.
Can you go back one picture? Oh, yeah. Number 40, is it 45? 45. Man conceived in sin. That was actually one that I almost included on my slide, kind of pointing out, because I was kind of surprised to see that phraseology in Moses 6, because it's so antithetical to the second article of faith, and basically Mormonism's take on, like, Mormons don't believe in original sin. They don't believe in people being conceived in sin. They do believe in a fall, but it's a fortunate fall. Anyways, that one just stood out to me because I almost included it, but then I kind of got wrapped around an axle on what those verses in Moses were even trying to say.
Yeah, and I think that this basically comes from, is it the Old Testament talking about David? Is it a psalm thou wert altogether conceived in sin? And that becomes something that gets repeated in different places. Moses 6:55 is one, and 2 Enoch 31:7 is another where that similar concept is. But you're right. This is something many years ago I had to deal with. And this was a very important verse in my continued growth and understanding. And the specific understanding this gave me was I had thought, as most good Mormons do, that the standard works. Let me back up. Okay, so fundamentalist Christians are going to think that the Bible is inerrant.
Yeah.
There's no error in it, and therefore it all speaks the truth, and therefore it all must be harmonized or able to be harmonized with each other. By the way, can you hear me talking? Is there a
Yeah.
little bit of an echo?
Oh, no, but I could put on my headphones.
Well, it's me talking. So I don't know. Maybe can you try your headphones and we'll see?
Yeah.
There's just a little bit of an echo when I get done speaking, and I hope that the audience isn't hearing that. But this whole idea about inerrancy, and then that means that everything in the Bible has to be able to be harmonized with whatever religious belief the reader's bringing to it. So all sorts of gymnastics get done in order to accomplish that. Mormons typically do a similar thing, but they do it with the standard works. And they think that all the scriptures can be harmonized into one great whole. And then I came to Moses 655, probably in the process of doing this and saying, you know, this really looks like it's not what Mormonism teaches about original sin. And so I thought, how is that? Being aware that apologists typically will try and use the same kind of apologetic nonsense, which is that the world is full of sin, and therefore when you are born, you're born into the world, so therefore you're born in sin.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of apologetic, 1% milk that they use to try and respond to that. And that was no longer satisfactory to me, because that didn't seem like it was really dealing with it honestly. And then I realized, wait a second. How about we just let whoever wrote this, okay, Enoch or whoever, how about we let him have a different idea on the subject?
Mm-hmm.
He could disagree. He could have a different idea about original sin than other writers in the scriptures. And I came to the point where I was okay with that. I don't have to harmonize everything.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and all of a sudden now through this, the scriptures open themselves unto me, because I was able to start reading the scriptures and trying to understand what they were saying instead of making them say what I believed.
Yes, I did very much the same thing. I wasn't as into the Old Testament as you were, but the example I can give is I remember the book of Alma. I can't remember if it's in one of the letters to one of his kids or not. I think it is, but it talks about, it almost operates from this premise, this passage that I have in mind, operates from this premise that there is no resurrection. It's the one where he talks about like there will be this final day and you won't be able to repent. I'm pretty sure it's him talking
40
with
or 41.
Yeah, 40 or 41, maybe even 42, where he's writing to one of the sons. And I remember my last calling in the church was teaching all 4 years of adult gospel doctrine. I remember studying that passage before the lesson on it. And I had an older guy who was basically saying he didn't believe in post-death repentance, because that's really what it's talking about, is then there will come this great day wherein you cannot repent.
Oh, that's Amulek. That's Alma 34:34.
Okay, thank you. And I knew it was in the book of Alma, but yeah, that's right. It is Amulek. And this old man in my class was just adamant that he really didn't believe that, he believed that passage's take on repentance, even though it was completely inconsistent with Mormon beliefs about the spirit world and repenting in the spirit world. And I did the same type of exercise you just talked about, which is where I said the fact that Alma or Amulek or whoever was recording this had that opinion doesn't mean that they were necessarily correct. We believe that God revealed things line over line, precept upon precept. And so it's entirely possible that Amulek was just wrong, that he just hadn't been taught that doctrine yet or hadn't received that doctrine yet.
Exactly. And of course, now we look at it and say, well, it hadn't occurred to Joseph Smith yet to have worked for the dead.
Exactly. That's the problem with that apologetic exercise, right? Is once you're divorced from the text, once you're allowing it to not be consistent, you are going to have no mechanistic way to explain how you're picking which parts are and aren't to be taken literally, except for just ultimately making a tautology and saying, I just believe that one over this one. That's ultimately what it all comes down to. As much as we can knock fundamentalist Christians who say the Bible has to be inerrant, which I do.
You do believe the Bible's inerrant?
I did not believe the Bible was inerrant. I mean, really, no Mormon does.
I thought you meant you do knock Christians for believing that.
Oh, I do knock Christians for believing that because the Bible's ridiculous. But I will say, at least their believing in the Bible literally is ridiculous. Sorry, that's what I should have said. That's a little bit more accurate. But what I mean is at least their intellectual approach to it is consistent, because they're saying, I believe this book came from God. As soon as you start to say, well, I don't believe that part, how are you, once you allow for the introduction of errors into your holy text, how do you then consistently say, but this part is correct and that part isn't? That's the part that people are never able to do, you and I included.
Yes. What's the expression? A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. You've heard that before, haven't you?
I've never heard that one. No.
Oh my gosh. Well, let's hear Alma 34:34, okay?
Yeah.
You cannot say when you are brought to that awful crisis that I will repent, that I will return to my God. Nay, you cannot say this, for that same spirit which doth possess your bodies at that time that you go out of this life, that same spirit will have power to possess your body in that eternal world. And then 35, for if you have procrastinated the day of your repentance until death, yeah, you're subject to the devil. Mm-hmm. I think that's the one that we're talking about.
It is.
I won't look up the one about the hobgoblin of little minds. If anybody cares about that enough, you can look it up yourself. A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. A lot of times people will leave out foolish, but it's really critical to the quote, because consistency by itself is not necessarily a bad thing.
Exactly.
Okay, so here we go. Through the end of that, then Moses 7:13, the roar of the lions. I was really grooving on this one too. The roar of the lions was heard out of the wilderness, and the book of giants, the roar of the wild beasts has come, and they bellowed a feral roar. You got wild beasts roaring. It would be much more impressive, I know, if there weren't hundreds of pages of Enochic material to compare against these two chapters. But there you go. One has the roar of lions. Lions are definitely wild beasts, so it's a total match for the roar of wild beasts and book of giants. Are you impressed yet?
No, I am not.
You're a tough sell. Then there's a few other things. But anyway, I'm not going to go through all these. You will see Jubilees there on the right that he's quoting from. Okay. And, he really doesn't do a great job. I gotta bring these up. All right. So Moses 6:47, here's the potential match where it says, and as Enoch spake forth the words of God, the people trembled and could not stand in his presence. The parallel is from the book of Giants. The leaders of the mighty warriors, quote, bowed down and wept in front of Enoch. They're trying really hard, but you can tell that it's being removed from its context because they don't quote the whole thing. They lead into it, right? The leaders of the mighty warriors begin, quote, bowed down and wept in front of, brackets, Enoch. Yeah. Moses 6:52. I noted these because these seem not as good as the ones that I insisted on for my purposes. If thou wilt turn unto God and hearken unto my voice, Enoch talking, and believe and repent of all thy transgressions. And the book of Giants says, now then, unfasten your chains of sin and pray.
You know what's funny is that's not even really a close parallel, and that's the verse we talked about where God commands Adam to be baptized. But what is funny is he kind of missed. I can't remember if it's in Moses 6 or 7, but it actually talks about Satan holding a great chain and wrapping it around the entire world. You could have done the parallel to chain. That's a lot more unique than repent.
Yeah, well, I won't go back through all my little things, but that's one of them. Is being bound by the chains of Satan. Yeah, absolutely. But this is what he gives us. When we started talking about this letter last year, I was not aware of how far AI had come in its ability to compose things like this. And the more I look at it, and I know other people have suggested it before, but it never really occurred to me until I started realizing that AI can do this kind of stuff. And AI has its limitations. And over, this letter that Austin wrote appears to show the kind of limitations that AI is famous for currently, like that footnote we talked about last time. And I think that he may have AI'd the hell out of this, which is why he doesn't want to talk about it, because he doesn't know what's in it.
I mean, there are parts of it that are blatantly contradictory, which would make sense if he used prompts to write every chapter. I think the real key is with AI, because I play around a lot, quite a bit with it
Yes.
actually. It's like any other tool. It depends upon the inputs and it depends upon the limitations and the person who's using the tool understanding its limitations. So if you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out, I guess is what I would say.
Austin, remember the words of Dirty Harry. A man's got to know his limitations. All right, a little bit of background on the books of Enoch. By the way, this is what the inside of this book looks like, okay? For over 300 pages, that looks like this. The first 3 books of Enoch comprise 315 pages in this book, including full text, footnotes, and commentary. Light and Truth, or Light on Truth, uses not only 1 through 3 Enoch, but also Dead Sea Scrolls, DSS Enoch, Book of the Giants, Pearl of Great Price Enoch has no giants. I forgot to mention that. You see, while he's busy pointing out the connections between Mahijah and Mahaweh in the Book of Giants, he leaves out the fact that, well, there's no giants in the Pearl of Great Price Enoch. That's the whole point of the name of the Book of Giants.
You were saying that the character that he was finding the parallel in the name is a form of giant.
He's a Nephite.
So, yeah, how... That's again where we come back to this question. I'm just struck by looking at these parallels. What does that mean to you? Why does that matter? So there's 2 similarly named people. One's a person, another one's a giant coming to ask for a dream, and you think that's significant? In what way is that significant? I just don't understand.
The Enoch legends and writings are famous for many things, but one of the things that they're most famous for is this whole idea of the giants that existed in Enoch's time, and his description of how the giants were created, which were that the sons of God looked upon the daughters of men and found them quite fetching. So they came down, they hung out for a while, and then the daughters of men got pregnant and gave birth to children. Because these were hybrid children with sons of God, angelic beings as the fathers.
The Nephilim, correct?
Yes. Then they became the giants. That's how the giants came to be. And that's famous from the Enoch literature. In fact, if you look in Genesis as we have it still today, you can still see a reference to that. There's an echo of the Enochic literature in there about the giants, even though Joseph Smith apparently changed that in his Joseph Smith translation. But the main point being that the Light and Truth uses all of these materials, including Mandean, Enoch text, Jubilees, pretty much anything that has anything to do with Enoch. And that's a lot of material. That's the point of this slide, to show how big the target is, how big this forest is, and how many freaking little, every single word here is basically a leaf on the different trees in the forest. And if you can find a leaf that says lad, you're in business. First Enoch is Ethiopian. It means that, I think it means that the oldest preserved complete text when this list was made was in Ethiopian. But it's First Enoch. Now, it dates back to around 300 to 200 BCE. All right. And that's the earliest part. So 300 to 200 BCE, it's very old, isn't it?
Well, it's old. Yeah, that is old. But it's also, what, 3 millennia and some change after Enoch would have supposedly lived.
Were you looking at my slides?
Well, I was, because I prepare.
You're right. So what's your point?
It's the point you were making of how legitimately, I mean, for these parallels to be significant in the first place, you have to bring a presupposition in that Austin isn't telling you, which is that you're assuming that these apocryphal texts have a connection to the real Enoch when this is written 3,500 years after. That would be like me writing something from 3,500 years ago today, and then someone stumbling on it, 2,000 years in the future and thinking it's significant.
So you write something today in the name of someone who lived 3,000 years ago?
Yeah, 3,500 years ago. And then it ages for some time, and people think it's significant 2,000 years in the future.
2,000 years. This is true, and I do have a slide on this. This is one of the insights that I came to, one of the major insights I came to in thinking about why this really doesn't work, why this Enoch dog doesn't hunt.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons, right? Because I'll get to it here in a second. I'll get to it more fully. Second Enoch goes back to the 1st century BCE, maybe to the 10th century CE, but I'm just trying to get the earliest possible dates that scholars are putting on these different books. Slavonic is it's sometimes called the Slavonic Enoch, Ethiopian Enoch. And 3rd Enoch, which is preserved in Hebrew, though 3rd Enoch purports to have been written in the 2nd century, it was probably composed in or near Babylon. So that's 2nd century CE. So it's later. Its final redaction was likely completed in the 5th or 6th century. But the early stuff is a couple hundred years, maybe up to 300 years BCE. So what is in these books of Enoch? A lot of stuff. But generically speaking, for those interested, I went to Wikipedia. Can you read this part that says these recount how Enoch...
Yeah. Yep, I was anyways. These recount how Enoch was taken up to heaven and was appointed guardian of all the celestial treasures, chief of the archangels, and immediate attendant to the throne of God. He was subsequently taught all secrets and mysteries, and with all the angels at his back, fulfills of his own accord whatever comes out of the mouth of God, executing his decrees. Some esoteric literature, such as 3rd Enoch, identifies Enoch as Metatron, the angel, not to be confused with Megatron, the angel which communicates God's... the angel which communicates God's word. In consequence, Enoch was seen by this literature and the rabbinic Kabbalah of Jewish mysticism as the one who communicated God's revelation to Moses, and in particular as the dictator of the Book of Jubilees.
There you go. So that's really, really generic, but that's the kind of stuff that's in here. So you can see how some of this stuff might appeal to Mormons.
Yeah, specifically the revelation element is something that I always viewed as significant in the Joseph Smith version of Enoch, because I believe that Enoch is given a vision of literally everything, and that's recorded in Moses 6 or 7, one of the two. And so I guess you could see the parallel there. But also, if we're going to make a list of people that God's shown everything to, that list gets rather extensive over time. Yeah.
Now, if only the brother Jared had made some mention about, I saw everything like Enoch did.
Yeah. Oh, if only.
But it is in the Pearl of Great Price, Enoch. So in the Book of Giants, it says, the Book of Giants is a Jewish pseudepigraphical work from the 3rd century BC and resembles the Book of Enoch, as you might expect. Fragments from at least 6 and as many as 11 copies were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls collections. Okay, so that's basically what's in them. For those of you who want to know, when did the real Enoch live, Mr. Kolby?
You want me to read this one? The biblical timeline shows that Enoch's existence is from 3,382 BC to 3019 BCE. It was a good year. We all remember it. What am I trying to show is that as old as the earliest Enochic material, maybe 2nd century BCE, they are still further removed from Enoch than they are from us, making the exact point I was making without realizing it. For us living in 2025, early Enochic materials are roughly 2,200 years old, but they are still 2,800 years written after Enoch would have lived. In other words, Enoch didn't write these books, even if he did exist.
Right. Okay. So this is one of the main things that came to me, and I devoted a couple slides to putting my thoughts down. So we are not comparing Enoch. I'm sorry, Kolby.
I just wanted to ask you. So am I understanding that these slides are basically the reasons that your previous work on the Book of Enoch you've decided is not necessarily significant? Am I understanding that? Okay.
It is disappointing when one has put that much work into something, even though it's 20 years ago, so it doesn't seem as significant now. But yeah, and that's why I showed you all that stuff, so you could see all the work I put into it.
Yeah.
The problem is we're not comparing Enoch to Enoch. This is what I studiously avoided realizing as I was doing all of this. I'll focus on the leaves and not worry about what I'm comparing it to, because they have the name Enoch, right? So what could go wrong? Well, I think the problem is that we're not comparing, and I wasn't, and Austin isn't, comparing Enoch to Enoch. Apologists instead are comparing pseudepigraphic Enoch, ancient Enoch materials, with what they believe to be Enoch in the Pearl of Great Price. No matter how many parallels a person might find with early pseudepigrapha, it does not transform the Pearl of Great Price Enoch into real Enochic writings. In other words, you can't prove something true by comparing it favorably to something false.
Mm-hmm.
But, and here's, of course, the coup de grace, unfortunately. But Pearl of Great Price Enoch is also pseudepigrapha. It wasn't really written by Enoch. It was written by Joseph Smith.
Right.
By finding parallels, apologists claim to turn not only the Pearl of Great Price Enoch into real Enochic writings, but also the ancient Enochic pseudepigrapha as well.
Right. Which is kind of the point I was making by asking the question, what is the significance of this parallel? Because we'll take the Book of Giants just as an example. There, I'm sure that Austin doesn't, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I would be surprised to learn that Austin believes in literal giants that existed in history. Maybe he does. I don't know. But if he did, well, I guess I'll just speak for me. I don't believe that real giants exist, and I don't believe that real giants ever existed. And so that then prompts the question, when you find leaves, to use your analogy that I enjoy, when you find the leaves that match to the Book of Giants, but the overall narrative of the Book of Giants, and in fact, many of its contentions of fact about giants existing are not what you believe, what do those parallels mean? Like, how mechanistically are they seeing these things being incorporated?
Well, that brings us to the next slide.
Perfect.
Which leads to this bit of circular reasoning. Do you want to read this?
Sure. Apologists use the Pearl of Great Price Enoch to compare with ancient Enochic pseudepigrapha. Maybe all the Enochic pseudepigrapha isn't true, but just those parts that match up with the Pearl of Great Price Enoch. That's right. They are using Pearl of Great Price Enoch to discern which parts of the Enochic literature are true on the basis of whether they can find bits that match. Obviously, those are the true parts because the Pearl of Great Price Enoch is true. The circularity of this argument should shame the most ardent Mormon apologists, but it doesn't. And I'll add, because they are incapable of shame.
This is what I spent all my time avoiding realizing as I was doing all of this work, because it was out there and it was haunting me. And I just kept ignoring it and whistling past the graveyard. Finally, I'm at the point where I can realize this, because it was really all, I mean, it was a great exercise for me. It helped me in some way, but it didn't help me actually find anything that was true, except maybe by negative inference.
But it's so interesting to have that experience. This is one of the things that I wish more apologists would recognize, going back to my earlier comments about bias, is that folks like you and I had the same bias they do to prove these things true. And it was somehow shaken loose over time. Usually we have little revelations and small r revelations, little revelations throughout our lives that kind of chip away at these things that had maintained our testimony. But having done this exercise yourself and then recognizing I was engaged in the same bit of circular reasoning, I think is one of the most important lessons I've learned from leaving the church and challenging the things that I held true, is it makes me care more about the process. That's why I know sometimes people can focus on, these, maybe people would view them as pedantic questions about that I'm aiming at Austin about, like, why does this matter? How did it get here? But the reason I'm doing that is because that's what I do to my own beliefs too, is I really have learned the lesson from leaving the church of how able our brain is to find bad reasons to believe things when there are no good reasons to be found. And I think it's interesting to see you dealing with both versions of yourself, the version 20 years in the past and now today, when you can recognize that these things aren't as significant. It's a very hard fought and hard won success that comes on the other side of a faith crisis, is recognizing the reality that even something you feel so strongly about, you can be wrong about. That is a gift that my faith crisis gave me, that no matter where I end up down the road, I will forever be grateful for, because having realized that my feeling so correct can be absolutely wrong is something that does protect me, at least by the way I think about holding my beliefs a little bit more humbly than I never had as a believer. I've learned that through my faith crisis, and it seems like you're saying you did too.
Great comments. Thank you for putting it so well. I'm just going to tell you this other little story, which was so meaningful to me. This is a picture of the revetment that's outside my office in back on the river. And around 20 years ago, maybe 15, it was right when I'm in the middle of all this stuff, and actually probably getting toward the end, and you'll see why after you hear the conversation. On Friday afternoons, I would meet out on the revetment with a couple of other attorney friends. And one had worked in the public defender's office. He'd gone into private practice, and one was the head of the public defender's office. It was Glenn and Keith. And Glenn had, we would meet back there. They would bring their cigars. I'd bring my Diet Coke, and we would talk about interesting and funny things that had happened in court that week, or maybe behind the scenes involving some prosecutor or other. And those were wonderful times. Glenn has since passed. He had some knowledge about Mormonism, not a whole lot. I think he took the discussions, maybe got baptized for a few minutes when he was younger. But I'm out there, and I'm out telling them all this stuff about Enoch and how exciting it is, and Lad this, and, you know, all sorts of things, and the roar of beasts out of the wilderness. I had to have been in the thick of it because I am excited about it. I'm telling them about it. And finally, at some point, Glenn kind of chuckles. And I look at him, and he says, "Oh, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I want you to know that." I said, "Oh, yeah." He says, "But I just got this vision. I just got this vision of RFM sitting in this huge room, piled high with ancient manuscripts, poring over them, looking for Mormon words." And he laughed, and Keith laughed, and I laughed. And then we parted. I went home, and over the weekend, I started thinking about what he was saying. And I realized that Glenn was absolutely right. He had described in 4 words what I had been spending countless hours doing, which is poring over ancient manuscripts looking for Mormon words. Now, it sounds funny that way, right? But really, that's what I was doing. And then I came to realize I am doing the actual definition of the Texas sharpshooter logical fallacy, which is
without realizing it. Realizing it. You thought you were engaged in a critical thinking exercise, and you weren't, right?
Yes. I'm in my 40s. I've been a lawyer for over 10 years. I went to law school at a pretty good law school. I've read a couple books. But I am doing this logical fallacy like hell isn't having any. I am just making it my entire pastime. And it took Glenn, and I always thank him for helping me understand that what I was doing was meaningless. And it was worse than meaningless, because I'm reading through these ancient writings that somebody a long freaking time ago wrote, or maybe some more people added on to it, and then it got preserved, and it has all this influence, especially First Enoch, which you find quoted in the book of Jude, verse 7, maybe. But and I don't care at all. I was reminding myself, this isn't Mormonism After Dark. I don't give a fig for anything that's in there, because I'm not reading really for comprehension. I'm looking for Mormon words. I'm looking for things that I can use. And so that 1 or 2% that I can use, that's the gold that I'm trying to, get out of this creek bed. And everything else is just dirt and gets thrown away. See, that's how I'm treating that. I don't care what they actually had to say. I don't care what they believed. I'm not trying to find what they believed. I'm trying to find Mormon words. And then I realized that I was being really disrespectful to these texts that I'm spending all this time reading. And that just seemed wrong as well.
That point is so beautifully made, and I really appreciate you sharing that story. I'll just add, since you were part of that legendary series on Mormon stories with Dr. Robert Rittner, when I listened to that series, I had the same exact realization of when he was explaining how these documents were made, these funerary texts, and he was explaining their significance to their culture. I sat there, I don't believe in an afterlife, and I didn't at the time, but as I sat there listening to that series, I was really struck by almost the dark comedy of picturing this man that worked his entire life to save up enough money to commission these papers, to have them drawn up because they were so significant to his beliefs. They're preserved for thousands of years through some chance, right? Because we know that a very minuscule percentage of the documents that were commissioned end up surviving. They somehow come into the hands of the saints and Joseph Smith, and they get spun into this bullshit that has nothing to do with the message that that person was trying to preserve, and exactly like you're talking about, doesn't care or cherish or even try to understand it. It instead takes it, says, this is ours now, we're going to recapitulate it, we're going to reinvent it. For Mormons who would ever listen to this and want to think about what it's like some, L. Ron Hubbard's successor inventing their personal religion that incorporates the Latter-day Saints who trekked across the West to Salt Lake, incorporating that somehow into their religious narrative, but not caring at all about those pioneers, making it their story, saying, we know who you were. That's what Mormons do all of the time to other people, Native Americans. They've done it to the Black community. They make these assertions about the way other people are and steal other people's history.
It was a prior incarnation of L. Ron Hubbard, who was Brigham Young leading the saints and saying, this is the right place.
Exactly.
Yeah. When you describe it that way, I wonder if that's too much different from how the church treats its members. You're ours. We're just going to strip away those elements of you that we need, and we're going to throw the rest of you on the slag heap.
Well, and even worse than that, this is one of the things that I think is so abhorrent about the church's teachings about the pre-existence. It'd be one thing to talk about, you have this pre-existent part of you, this intelligence that is your core, but it's never really about that, right? It's about, and we can tell you what that pre-earth life that you don't remember looked like, and we can tell you the promises that you made to God in that pre-earth life. You don't get to discover those things for yourself. We tell you about this level of reality that you can't remember, that's even more important and even deeper than the life that you think you have today. Oh, you think you know yourself? No, we know you.
And we know that the promises you made in that premortal life were that you would be a faithful Mormon in this.
Yeah.
All right. Well, don't want to belabor this too much. The rest is going to go a lot quicker, so everybody knows. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the book of Abraham, because we have spent a lot of time on the book of Abraham with Robert Rittner and other people. And I think it was a 3-part series with Bill a few years ago. I think it's funny here in the book of Abraham because he does the classic apologetic tactic, okay?
Before you launch into this, I also want to call out, because I don't think as many people have seen this 2-part series you did with Dr. David Bokovoy, but so often, exactly like Austin says at the beginning of this chapter, they try and make this claim that critics don't care about the text of the book of Abraham. That's what he's saying here. Like, they don't want to actually engage with what the narrative says. I listened to, so for people who aren't familiar, David Bokovoy has his training and PhD in biblical studies, and especially Old Testament is where his area of expertise is. And he does that in a 2-part series with RFM from, I don't even remember how many years ago, probably
it was 10. A while ago.
Yeah. Anyways, he does that exactly, and the book of Abraham looks even worse under that comparison, for what it's worth. So
I actually have a slide devoted to that.
Oh, perfect.
Did you know that?
I probably did.
Oh, wow.
It's a parallel.
Can you read the first paragraph? Because what he does is say, okay, look, here's the deal. Okay, the book of Abraham has all these really horrible things about it from a faithful point of view, like how it was discovered, how it was translated, that crazy ass translation method, which shows that Joseph Smith didn't know Egyptian from a hole in the ground. He could not translate Egyptian to save his soul. Therefore, the apologetic tactic is, well, we don't want to talk about that, because the really important thing is what got translated, not how it got translated, okay, or where it's from, but the words. We want to talk about the words in the book of Abraham. This is a typical method of trying to get there in the first paragraph, Kolby.
Yeah, let me read that. When criticizing the book of Abraham, the critics focus on the translation method. To this day, critics and apologists debate which parts of the papyri were translated, whether it was a translation or a revelation, and the length of the papyri. I would just pause and say...
By the way, all 3 of those things, he says critics and apologists. Apologists are believers, by the way. They debate these things. The only reason that they debate these things is because the text of the book of Abraham does not match what was on the scrolls.
Right. And I'm just going to say
that is the critical problem with the Book of Abraham. So therefore, apologists say, well, which parts of the papyri were translated? The lost scroll. That's an apologist trick to try and make up for the fact that the Book of Abraham is not what's on the scrolls. Not even the name Abraham is on the scrolls. Not even the name Mahijah is on the scrolls. And they also debate whether it was a translation or a revelation. Well, why is that? That's because the apologists know it's not a translation.
Right.
So it has to be a revelation. These are all fallback positions that he's describing that the apologists go to because the Book of Abraham doesn't match the papyri and the length of the papyri. Well, that's the same thing as the first thing, right?
Right.
There's a missing section at the end of the papyri where the Book of Abraham was. We just don't have it anymore. Dang, if we had that. We would be in business. And then he says further, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Further, most of what Egyptologists know today about ancient Egyptian comes from the 18th dynasty around 1500 BC, 1300 years before Joseph Smith's 200 BC papyri.
Now he says that like that's not a real big problem. The papyri that Joseph Smith had, from which he translated the Book of Abraham, is basically from 200 BCE. It's not from 1800.
Right.
Or anywhere near when Abraham would have lived, if he lived. And once again, that's a big issue as to whether he even lived, okay? It is so far removed. It's like 1,600 years removed from the time that the Bible says that Abraham lived. And that's a huge problem because the Book of Abraham says, or at least Joseph Smith said about the Book of Abraham, that it was written by Abraham's own hand upon papyrus.
Right. And apologists try and play this weird game where they say, oh, well, books can be written and then published. And so maybe he wrote like a core or he wrote an earlier predecessor. But there are accounts of Joseph Smith I think it would have been in Nauvoo, pointing to the papyri and saying, this is the signature of Father Abraham.
There it is right there. He signed it. X marks the spot. Yeah, and that doesn't even work. It's all these dumb apologetic things that they have to come up with because they have to respond to this.
Yeah.
Because this is a problem. So that then they'll say, well, it's like a book. A book is written by Stephen King, and if you go buy the paperback, it's not its original handwriting. Well, we understand that, but we also understand that the book is not advertised as being written by the very hand of Stephen King upon these pages.
Exactly. It's not the same claim. They're playing a game of equivocation where they're trying to say it's like this other situation, but it's a false analogy. Because if every copy of it written by Stephen King started and said written personally by the hand of Stephen King, then it would be a correct analogy.
Yes, especially if they're selling them for $100 and you say, hey, what is this? This is just a regular book.
Right.
All right. Well, here's what he says here. Okay. Once again, we're not going to spend as much time on Abraham. Can you read this next paragraph too? Because we're going to debunk this pretty quickly.
I sure will. What is more interesting to me is the actual text itself. Well, yeah, because all the stuff above indicates that the book isn't true for what it's worth.
I know. It's like these are where all the problems are. So let's just focus on this part that I think that I can handle.
Yeah. It's like the murderer who says, you never talk about how I bought my father a birthday present. Few critics seem to engage with the text of the Book of Abraham. Like Enoch and Moses 6-7, what we've learned about Abraham since the 1840s is incredible, considering what Joseph revealed about Abraham in the Pearl of Great Price. In Brett McDonald's YouTube series, LDS Truth Claims.
Have you even heard of that?
I have heard about this.
Who's Brett McDonald?
He's a lawyer, and I think maybe he teaches law for BYU, or at least he did the lectures at BYU's law school. I have heard about this. I've heard people say that they're some of the strongest apologetics ever. I tried to watch some of them, and it's just more of the same. People said the same thing to me about the Light and Truth letter, and here we are, 40 hours into responding to this.
I was a lawyer when I did my Book of Enoch research too.
Yeah, I was active as a lawyer for far longer than I'd care to admit. Okay, so it says, in Brett McDonald's YouTube series, LDS Truth Claims, he takes 2 videos to cover the 24 items in the Book of Abraham that Joseph Smith would not know or assume from the Bible or from 1835-1842 resources. These items were later found or confirmed in other apocryphal sources, and there's the giveaway. He's doing the same thing he did with Enoch. These parallels, I've already looked at this list, but these parallels that he's going to point to are only significant if you're assuming already the truth of those apocryphal sources that he's going to use to make the parallels.
Right. And Abraham is, of course, a significant figure. And so there was a deal of pseudepigraphic literature written in his name, including the Testament of Abraham, which I've read ages ago, and the Apocalypse of Abraham, which I've also read.
Right. And I think that's how it finished, is he just says, like the Book of Jubilees, the Testament of Abraham, and the Apocalypse of Abraham. Right.
And of course, those both Apocalypse and Abraham were discovered and published after the Book of Mormon, apparently saying that about the Book of Jubilees too. So he thinks these are actually just as significant and as impressive as the connections with the Book of Enoch, and I would agree with him. Now let's go with the text of the Book of Abraham really quick, because we're going to take him up. We're looking at his questions. He's complaining that we haven't looked at his questions. We're looking at his questions. We're going to look at the text of the Book of Abraham. We're giving it all to Austin. We're playing by the rules of his game. Abraham chapters 4 and 5. Actually, why don't you read this, Kolby, since you brought this point up before?
Of course. Abraham chapters 4 and 5 replicate the creation accounts in Genesis 1 and 2, rendering Elohim as gods throughout. Why is that a problem? Because these two creation accounts weren't written until long after Abraham and weren't combined until around the 6th century BCE. According to the Bible, Abraham lived in the 18th century BCE, so 1,200 years earlier.
1,200 years earlier, Abraham lives before the two creation accounts in Genesis 1 and 2 are combined into a single narrative, according to Bible scholars. And yet they both show up in the text, Austin, in the text of the Book of Abraham. By the way, it's Abraham chapters 4 and 5, two of the chapters that nobody ever quotes. The Genesis creation narrative, I think most people know this, but let's just go ahead and go through it really quick, okay? The Genesis creation narrative is the creation myth of both Judaism and Christianity, told in the book of Genesis chapters 1 and 2. While the Jewish and Christian tradition is that the account is one comprehensive story, modern scholars of biblical criticism identify the account as a composite work put together, made up of two different stories drawn from different sources. By the way, the earlier source is the one that actually appears last in Genesis 2 mostly, where God is pictured as a human being who walks in the garden in the cool of the day and forms Adam out of clay with his own hands. So this is a very anthropomorphic God, which is the older version of God. And then the next creation account, which ends up being put before it in Genesis 1, is a God who is much more developed, who is no longer this anthropomorphic God, and who speaks things into existence. The creation there is a process of God spoke. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
Right.
So those are the two creation accounts. The creation there, yep.
I would just say, for people who just look at that and say, well, modern biblical scholars say that, like, you can see it. So I remember when David Bakovoy explained this, I saw it so clearly. Like, there are two different creation accounts layered on top of each other. The only way to make sense of this is this composite work, because otherwise, at least the account in Genesis, and I know the version of the Book of Moses kind of tries to do some weird, like, well, all things were created spiritually before they were created physically, but the Genesis accounts don't do that. You literally just have the same sets of things being created twice. Like, the only way to make sense of it is as a composite work.
Yeah, and in the account that's where things are spoken into being, everything is created before Adam is created, and then Eve.
Correct.
But they are the apex of the creation, the last.
Right.
That thing that is created. Whereas I think it's in the clay, making out of the clay, the anthropomorphic account, Adam is actually, as far as living beings, is created first.
Right.
And then all the animals are created after Adam in that story. So, and that's just one of the aspects of it that also shows a difference in order, that these are actually different accounts.
Right. Do you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
The creation narrative consists of two separate accounts drawn from different sources. The first account in Genesis 1:1 through 2:3 is what scholars call the priestly source, largely dated to the 6th century BC. The second account, which is older and takes up the rest of Genesis 2, is largely from the Yahweh source, J, commonly dated to the 10th or 9th centuries BC. The two stories were combined, but there is currently no scholarly consensus on when the narrative reached its final form. A common hypothesis among biblical scholars today is that the first major comprehensive narrative of the Pentateuch, or the first 5 books of the Old Testament, was composed in the 7th or 6th centuries BC.
Right. And so whenever they were composed or put together would obviously be no earlier than the creation of the last account. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You can't put them both together unless they both exist. So therefore, the last creation account to be created and written down would have to happen before they could be combined.
Right.
So 7th or 6th centuries BC. This is way, way late. What is it doing showing up in Abraham, our Abraham? The book of Abraham is the question. It doesn't belong there. In fact, it shows that it wasn't written by Abraham, that it was written a long time after Abraham. And scholars can say around 6th or 7th century BCE. It could not have been written before that because these accounts were not put together until about that time. Okay. So having said that, let's just go to 3 really quick things. Now, this is supposed to be the best thing ever, apparently, this video.
Can I pause you for 1 second, which is just to say what we see here is with the Book of Abraham, right? Because if you're taking the Mormon version of it, this is supposedly a document that was written by Abraham.
Yes.
It operates from this assumption that we also see in the Book of Mormon, that like these biblical stories were written and then remained in like the same written form for a long time instead of being negotiated and made a composite work. It's just interesting to me that we have the theory that these have the same author, Joseph Smith, and we're seeing the same misunderstanding of the way the Bible was composed and these records were collected and kept. They're both in the Book of Mormon through the story about the brass plates and in the Book of Abraham, implicit in the Book of Abraham. But that's kind of interesting to note that this misunderstanding of how the Bible was created is in both of these works. So what is more likely, that Joseph Smith is the creator of both of them, or that both of them have legitimate ancient authors that were just mistaken about the way the history actually evolved?
Right. And for Abraham, he'd have to be more than mistaken. He'd have to be a time traveler.
Right.
So here's a few of these things. He listed 24. This is what do you call it? A Gish Gallop?
Yeah, he called it an argument. He called it an argument by verbosity in his first chapter. So it's so surprising to see these repeated use of these lists that he criticized Jeremy Reynolds for.
Now, did Austin Fife criticize Jeremy Reynolds for him?
Oh yeah, in the first chapter. I'm gonna while you go through this, I'm gonna pull up that part of the chapter.
Lesser minds would call that hypocrisy. Okay, so look, I'm not going to go through all these. You can thank me later. I just picked out 3, okay, that I circled. Number 1, the miraculous delivery of Abraham from death by the power of God. These are things that, according to Austin Fife, are covered in this video by Old McDonald. Was his name McDonald?
Brett McDonald.
Brett McDonald. I don't know how old he is. But and assuring us, by the way, that these are things that Joseph Smith could not have known, right? These items were later found or confirmed in other apocryphal sources, like the Book of Jubilees. I'm sorry, the bold part. He takes 2 videos to cover 24 items in the Book of Abraham that Joseph Smith would not know, or assume from the Bible, or from 1835 to 1842 resources. Okay, this is not true. This is incorrect. And I'm just going to use these 3 examples to point it out really quickly. First off, he lists as a connection the miraculous delivery of Abraham from death by the power of God, who sent an angel to free Abraham after Abraham cried to the Lord. Number 2, the winning of souls in Haran, apparently by Abraham's preaching, who followed Abraham into Canaan. Okay. And 3, Abraham teaching astronomy in Egypt. I can't even believe this. You can't trust a lawyer. You cannot trust a lawyer. These are all available to Joseph Smith. All right. So the miraculous delivery of Abraham from death. It's a famous story told in multiple different sources, some available to Joseph Smith. Some available to Joseph Smith. Did I say some available to Joseph Smith?
Only
By
3
the
times.
way, we live in a society today that is largely biblically illiterate. We really don't know very much about the Bible, as compared to Joseph Smith's time, which was the second. What was it? The Second Great Awakening.
Yeah, the Second Great Awakening, and people really don't understand this. Joseph Smith would have been taught the prime text he would have been taught to learn English from in public school would have been the New and Old Testaments. That's the reality. Like, people, it's so frustrating to me how little people understand the history of our country. And my knowledge of the history of other countries is similarly lacking. But Joseph Smith's accomplishments become so much more easily understood if you really have an accurate picture of that time period.
Mm-hmm. They were so into the Bible. I mean, it was the odd person. Today, it's the odd person like me or you who's into this kind of stuff. Back then, it would be the odd person who wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else, this is what they talk about. This is what they live and breathe, is religion and the Bible and what is correct and what is true and what does God really want us to do. So this story it's in the book of Jubilees. It's in the Targum Jonathan. It's in the Chronicles of Jeremiel. It's in the book of Jasher, English translation noted in the 1840 Times and Seasons, which means that in the Mormon newspaper, the Times and Seasons in 1840, it noted that the book of Jasher had been published in English and extracts were published in the 1844 Times and Seasons. And finally, the story is actually quite famous. Rendered in artwork, etc., throughout the Middle Ages. In other words, we don't know about this because we're kind of biblically illiterate, but this was very common knowledge, this story. I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm just going to read the part at the bottom, or ask you to actually. This is about
Sure.
the artwork.
Yeah. It says, in the well-known story, so this is accompanying the medieval artwork on the right-hand side. In this well-known story, Abraham is thrown into the fiery furnace because of his refusal to worship idols, but he is miraculously saved by divine intervention. In 3 14th century manuscripts, this divine intervention is depicted in 3 different ways.
Okay, so this is something I'm just trying to show. Let me see if there's something here. No, I want to go back to this. It's okay. The famous story about Abraham is very similar to the 3 Hebrew children, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Daniel chapter 3. That's the one that's in the Bible, and that's the one it's probably riffing on, which is that Abraham gets thrown into a furnace because he won't worship the idols of Nimrod or whoever it happens to be. Sometimes it's Nimrod. But he is miraculously preserved. And I think sometimes he's joined by somebody in the fire, but he comes out and not even his garment is singed. And this is seen by Nimrod or whoever the king is as being a sign of God's favor. And so, everything's cool. But that sounds very similar to the 3 Hebrew children. It sounds a lot more similar to Daniel chapter 3 than it does to Abraham chapter 1.
Right.
Because Abraham chapter 1 has nothing to do with a furnace or fire. It has to do with an attempted sacrifice of Abraham by the priest of Pharaoh using a knife. Okay. And that is why. Oh, first off, let me back up and say, so when you know the real story about Abraham, the famous story and the story that everybody and their dog knew in Joseph Smith's day is very different from what actually happens in Abraham. Is there an attempted sacrifice? Yes. But does it involve Abraham? Yes. But other than that, everything's different.
Yeah, it's to a different God. It's to a different God. It's a different mechanism. Yes. His father's level of involvement is different depending on which account you're looking at. Yeah, this is where you were talking about earlier with the Enochian parallels. They need to zoom out far enough so that it looks like a hit. But when they zoom out far enough that it looks like a hit, there are so many parts that are misses that it does prompt the question, why is this significant? As you can see from this big list, I did go back and check while we've got the big list on the screen. In chapter 1, which we covered, manipulation and fallacies, Austin has the big list, Gish Gallop, or proof by verbosity, an illusion of proof by using a sheer mass of material provided. And then his example is the CES letter culminates the critiques of the Church of Jesus Christ truth claims. And then he says why it matters. He says it overwhelms the reader or listener. Critics who use the big list tactic want to create an illusion that even if one concern has an answer, there are 100 more. It is the hydra of manipulation strategies. So I would paraphrase that and adapt it to Austin and say overwhelm the reader. Apologists who use this big list tactic want to create the illusion of proof by saying that even if one of these is legitimate, there are 100 more that are interesting, and it is the hydra of apologetic strategies. Like, to call that out and then use the same tactic over and over and over again is just really mind-boggling to me. But
this is one of the reasons I enjoy so much doing these with you. That's an incredible point. Incredible point. Austin, you just did what it was that you criticized the critics for doing. Physician, heal thyself. So we're not going to play along with the game. We're just going to pick these three. We already picked the first one to show that it's really not that remarkable when you know what the facts are and that Joseph Smith knew the story anyway.
Right.
The second one has to do with the souls in Haran, okay? Winning souls in Haran. Guess what? Actually, it doesn't say one. It said the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And so the question, Joseph Smith translates this as he converted people. I guess to Christianity, since that's what Abraham believed, at least in
Joseph
Mormonism.
Smith's versions, yeah.
In Mormonism, Abraham is the father of Christianity, not just Judaism. But Genesis chapter 12, verse 5 refers to the souls that they had gotten in Haran in relation to the Abraham story. Here's what the Adam Clark Bible commentary says about this. This may apply either to the persons who were employed in the service of Abram, or to the persons he had been the instrument of converting to the knowledge of the true God. Wait, you mean that sounds exactly like how Joseph Smith interpreted it.
Weird.
Amazing. So
do we have any example of
Joseph Smith and the Adam Clark Bible commentary, which, by the way, I looked at on a whim and hit pay dirt on this one?
I was going to say, but RFM, do we have an example of Joseph Smith having knowledge of the Adam Clark Bible commentary? Well, yes, we do. Yes.
And the fact that he references it or appears to take things from it so frequently is its own evidence. And now the Pearl of Great Price also shows evidence of that, which is the Joseph Smith translation, which is what Haley Wilson Lamont and Thomas Weymouth, graduate student and BYU professor, had figured out and published on not too many years ago. Finally, the third one, Abraham teaching astronomy in Egypt. Really, McDonald? Really, Austin? Have we not covered this enough before? Have you not heard about this? That yes, it's in freaking Josephus, and we know that Joseph Smith had Josephus too, who's a Jewish historian. And book 1, chapter 8, verse 2b, which I looked up, by the way, in this book, which I also whipped out, which is Traditions About the Early Life of Abraham, Studies in the Book of Abraham. This was put out by Farms. And the idea is to make all these textual connections. But they also make it with books that Joseph Smith had access to, as well as books that Joseph Smith did not have access to. And what it says in Josephus is, he, Abraham, communicated to them, the Egyptians, arithmetic, and delivered to them the science of astronomy. Does that sound like the book of Abraham, chapter 3? Facsimile 3. For before Abram came into Egypt, they were unacquainted with those parts of learning. For that science came from the Chaldeans, Babylonians, into Egypt, and from thence to the Greeks also. So it's right there. It's in black and white. This is also a famous legend associated with Abraham, to which Joseph Smith had access, and we know he had Josephus. And so it shows up in the book of Abraham, and Austin and McDonald are all agog, so much so that they're actually going to list it here as an evidence that the book of Abraham is true. What do you think about that, Kolby?
Well, yeah, it's disappointing to see them trying to make these hits be significant when, like you just laid out, this was something Joseph Smith very much would have had access to.
And I'm going to say something else. I've said it before, but it bears repeating here. Here's what happens, okay? With Abraham, he's done it with Enoch too, but with Abraham, the trick is this. these are popular legends and popular stories, and they appear in different sources. Okay. Some of the sources Joseph Smith had access to, and we even know he had, like Josephus, and others were not found that contain the same story until after Joseph Smith. So the apologetic tactic is to get rid of and ignore the sources that have the story in it that were available to Joseph Smith, like this in Josephus. Get rid of that and just quote to the sources that have the same damn story in it in other writings that were not available to Joseph Smith, and say, how could Joseph Smith have known? Well, it's a lot more difficult for us to answer that question when you're hiding the evidence that shows how he knew. Okay.
Right.
Oh, and here was his question at the end of the Abraham chapter. Why do critics exclude the text of the book of Abraham in their criticism of it? Well, we're not, Austin. What do you think of that? And I got this little clip. This restored my faith. I'm guessing that's not the book of Abraham behind him. Not anymore. Then he goes to the Deuteronomist reforms. Oh my gosh. This is just bringing back all the memories. And Margaret Barker, can you read this, just the first paragraph? We're not going to spend too much time on this, but, Mormon apologists have this love affair going with Margaret Barker.
Yep. You mean the quote paragraph?
No, just the very top part.
Okay. In the Old Testament, 2 Kings 22 and 23, King Josiah instituted several reforms around 620 BC.
Right before Lehi, right before the Book of Mormon starts.
Right. Non-Latter-day Saint biblical scholar Margaret Barker highlights the complicated consequences of the reforms. King Josiah and his reformers, the Deuteronomists, changed the Israelite religion and temple worship forever. Okay.
So Margaret Barker, who's not a Mormon, I think she's Methodist training. She is is she a minister? Anyway, she has her doctorate. Here's what she says. Okay, now she has radical views. She has views that are generally looked askance on by the rest of the Bible scholarly community. But her views line up nicely with a lot of what Mormons have to believe or have to say. And she talks about what the original temple tradition was. Now, this has to be pieced together, and she pieces it together in a strange way, but she comes up with things that are interesting to Mormons, and hence this unholy union was formed. The original temple tradition, she writes, was that Yahweh, the Lord, was the son of the God Most High and was present on earth as the Messiah. Okay. This means that the older religion in Israel would have taught about the Messiah. Mormons are going, oh yeah, because the Book of Mormon does that before Jesus. Thus, finding Christ in the Old Testament is exactly what we should expect. And when she says that, she's talking about a suffering Messiah.
Right.
Though obscured, by the way, by incorrect readings of the scriptures. This is, I suggest, one aspect of the restoration of the plain and precious things which have been taken away from them. She cites the first Nephi 13 for plain and precious things. So she's very, very, at this point, and still, this is 20 years ago probably, very aware of the Mormon interest in what she has to say, and she's leaning into that. This is probably from a presentation, might have been 2005, commemorating the bicentennial of Joseph Smith's birth, and she was one of the speakers at the Library of Congress. Okay, and that's why, right? So that because she says things that Mormons like, and she's happy to say them to Mormons who like to hear them. By the way, I had a little communication with her. It was over email. She seems like a very, very nice person. I'm not trying to say anything negative about her at all. I think she's very nice, and she reads and she thinks, and God bless her. But
can I just comment how, and I'm not trying to be unkind either, but can I just comment how unremarkable what she's talking about here really is? Because every religion, like Christianity, is a recapitulation and a reinvention and a new narrative built off of Judaism. And Judaism is built off of other ideas, because every single religious community incorporates some ideas from earlier traditions. Mormonism is a reinvention of Christianity and Judaism together, right? And so this idea that comes out of Mormonism, or comes out of the Book of Mormon, the restoration of lost, plain, and precious things, anyone who is aware of how this history has worked and can make an argument, kind of like Harold Bloom was in some of the passages you read last week, that, oh, well, this hooks into the real version of God back in the Old Testament. Like, I just don't think that argument is all that significant, because anyone is going to be able to do that by claiming that their version, or whatever version they want to preference, that has some root in the Old Testament, was the true version, and thus the plain and precious thing that was lost. It just seems like that statement is so vague and can apply in so many different circumstances that I'm sure her views don't line up with Harold Bloom's, yet they're basically making the same exact argument. And I think that just shows how this argument really isn't all that significant because of its lack of specificity. It's already always assuming that they've found the true older religion, and that was what was lost.
Yes. Very good. And I'm sure that there are things that Margaret Barker considers to be important or significant or correct about her historical reconstruction of First Temple Judaism that don't match Mormonism. It's a wild guess. I've read some of her stuff. It's been a while. But we don't focus on that. We focus on the stuff where we find the matches.
Right.
And apparently she agrees enough that she appears at Mormon conferences and talks about it. On the right at the bottom, that I didn't have room for on the left, but it's a continuation of the
You want me
same
to read
page.
that?
Yeah, would you please?
How did Joseph Smith guess the tension between the Deuteronomists and the traditionalists like Lehi?
Wait a second. What tension? Jeez. I mean, this is just amazing. Okay, right. I know he thinks he's established something here in the bigger section on this slide, but come on.
Yeah, because there's no hint of this in the text of the Book of Mormon.
No,
there's no passage that says, "And my father was, thrown out because he was trying to stick to the old ways." There's no hint of this in the Book of Mormon. Right. They just invented out of whole cloth.
Yes, with these use of parallels, and then they say, "Oh, tension." There's tension. Well, how did Joseph Smith know about the tension? Well, there's no evidence that he knew about any tension.
Okay. Right. And his question, does this prove the Book of Mormon is an ancient record of people from Jerusalem who left and came to the Americas? It does not. Okay, well, end of
I know.
Useful
Why are we
commentary.
reading this thing? Why did you write this?
But how did Joseph Smith keep getting these details right decades before scholars have known? What details is he talking about? There's no details provided here.
Well, that God was once it was anthropomorphic, and he had a son. Of course, that's El and Baal when you take it back that far. Okay. But El and Baal, and he's got a wife, her name's Asherah. Right. Or Astoreth, depending. So, yeah, you got this nice family. It's a nuclear family. And this is so Mormon that it's got to be meaningful. And she said, and she locates this as what was earlier on and what Josiah reformed and got rid of. So this plays to all the great Mormon tropes.
Yeah, and just to make the point that apologetics are often contradictory, and I know we just moved from the Book of Abraham, but one of the supposed hits that I've heard offered by certain apologists, I don't know if Austin will, because I don't know if he has a full chapter on the Book of Abraham. If he has, we haven't gotten
I don't know if he has a full deck.
I'm actually quite certain what I would think about that conclusion, at least based on judging this writing. But one of the hits that they'll claim for the Book of Mormon, or for the Book of Abraham, is that the Book of Abraham talks about this idolatrous god of Elkanah. They will then say, look, there's this ancient god El, and El and Elkanah, there's this relationship between El and Elkanah.
The god of Canaan.
But it can't be both. Like, they're claiming both of these. Think about what they're claiming here. They're basically claiming that these Deuteronomist reforms that moved from El to Elohim, that was something that was plain and precious about God's true nature that was lost. But then they're using that same piece of historical data to say, look, there's this parallel between El and Elkanah, this idolatrous god in the Book of Abraham. You can't have it both ways. And they do stuff like this constantly.
Wonderful point. I love it. Now, just so you know, okay, the Deuteronomist reforms, the Deuteronomistic reforms have to do, believe it or not, with the Book of Deuteronomy. So the Book of Deuteronomy, 5th book of Moses, it's been in there a long time, but it's the most recent edition, I think most people would say. And it's called Deuteronomy because it is two. It's the second telling of the story. So why does it need a second telling? Well, it's told in a different way. The same story is told in a different way. One of the main things that comes to mind is that whereas in Exodus, God is quite visible and able to be seen, in Deuteronomy, he becomes invisible.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see God. You see, there's a reason that there are different things in the Bible where people see God, and other places in the Bible it says people can't see God.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Because they're moving from older texts where you can see God to more modern texts, to more recent texts where now God has become someone who is transcendent and you can't see him, at least not with your natural eyes. So Deuteronomy is a later work that is meant to retell the story in a way that is more acceptable to what are increasingly modern conceptions of God. Okay. So, and it is also very much linked with the Deuteronomistic reforms of Josiah. All right. Now, if Deuteronomy then is so bad, which obviously it is, and it has to be for this argument to work, this is the one that suppressed the true worship of God and his consort, Asherah, and their kid Baal, or the Messiah. Oh, I have to mention this. Okay, the reception. Here's the thing. There's Margaret Barker on the right. I think that's when she's getting her doctorate. She's got the red and the black on. And could you read this? Because here's the thing. I said she's kind of radical. She's looked at a bit askance. This is why I said it.
Margaret Barker's work has been received positively within the Mormon tradition.
Wow,
However,
5
it has
footnotes.
but she's not Mormon. Okay.
Correct.
However, it has been regarded as fanciful and unpersuasive to some New Testament scholars. Specifically, some scholars believe Barker engages in parallelomania. Barker's later work has been critiqued for if she's been criticized for parallelomania, I can understand why she fits positively within the Mormon tradition. Barker's later work has been critiqued for primarily citing her own work and failing to substantially engage with the broader scholarly literature covering the topics on which she writes. However, the same critic also points to original elements of her work, which deserve further study and appreciation. Writes Peter Schaefer of Princeton. For a Judaism scholar, Schaefer focused on religious history.
In other words, for a Judaism scholar, he's referring to himself.
Yeah. Barker's books are particularly hard to digest. They contain numerous surprising as well as brilliant insights, but all in all create a new syncretistic religion that avoids any and all chronological, geographic, and literary differentiation. Notable supporters of Barker's work include Robert M. Price. For what it's worth, that word syncretistic religion is basically the exact thing I was referencing by ideas incorporated from all over the place being brought together and saying, like, this is the truth. That's what we see time and time and time again, right? That's really what's happened even with Christianity. Like, it expands, it contracts, it expands, it contracts. And then there's one selected narrative or maybe multiple selected narratives among different groups that move forward with. This is how people cannot see that this is the history of religion generally is beyond me, because this is what has happened over and over and over again. It's what happened with the early Christians, like right after the New Testament or while the New Testament was being written. That's exactly what was happening.
And having read a lot of her work, I will also add that it's not like she doesn't give any citations, because of course she does. And First Enoch is, something she returns to quite frequently for this, because she finds evidence for her theory in the first book of Enoch. Having said that, she does do a lot of argument by assertion. And when you read her books, you'll understand what I'm talking about. This is this is that. This is what was happening there. Okay. So she's wonderful. She's great. She's a doctor of, I don't know, is it theology? Whatever it is. And she's very loved by Mormons, but not so much by the broader Bible scholarly community.
And yet she's not a Mormon, which is very interesting to me. If someone's arguments are being used to prop up Mormonism, but they don't believe it,
right?
That's something I would be very
because
that's something I would be very cautious
as great as you're saying it is, how is it she's not joining the freaking church?
Yeah. If her own arguments that are convincing Mormons aren't convincing enough to her to become a Mormon, that may give you some pause on how legitimately you should take her conclusions.
Yes. Or how legitimately you should take Austin Fife's representation.
Yes.
of her conclusions. Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. Great point. Great point. Oh, yeah. Now I got to say this about the book of Deuteronomy. So Deuteronomy, bad, because that's what has the Deuteronomistic reforms in it. Okay. And yet scholars have been writing since the 1980s about the connections between the Book of Mormon and the Book of Deuteronomy, which is a strange thing to have in the Book of Mormon when Deuteronomy is so apostate, containing Josiah's reforms. So I asked the question, if Deuteronomistic reforms were so bad, why is the Book of Mormon patterned after the Book of Deuteronomy? Here's a Taylor Halverson. Look at that. BYU professor, I think. Deuteronomy 17 as criteria for Book of Mormon kingship. Oh, so the Book of Mormon kingship is patterned after Deuteronomy 17? So says Taylor Halverson. Here's another article. How is the use of Deuteronomy in the Book of Mormon evidence for its authenticity? Well, according to according to Austin 5 talking about Margaret Barker, it's not, because this is the apostate Judaism. These are Josiah's reforms. So how could it be in the book of, how could Deuteronomy and its use in the Book of Mormon be evidence for its authenticity? This is the example, right, of arguing two things completely contradict. This is another example, I should say, of two things completely contradictory being argued in separate areas to support the Book of Mormon. We're not done, by the way. Oh, here's Jasmine Rapley. The ancient covenant structure of Deuteronomy in the temple. What'd you say?
No longer was Scripture central, for what it's worth.
But still, I'm not going to say it. I'll just say the WMF. And if you know, you know. Oh, there's more. LDS Studies, the Book of Mormon Pride Cycle. We know about the Pride Cycle, don't we? And Deuteronomy 8, on which it seems to sort of be based. What I'm trying to show here is that there's a lot of scholarships that's been done showing the connections between the Book of Mormon and the Book of Deuteronomy. And yet, how is it that the Book of Deuteronomy can be so bad then? Sacrifice. Okay. I'm ready to leave that and go to the next section. Do you have anything else you want to say before I do?
I don't. No, it's just making that same point I was making with Elkanah and El, and this development is oftentimes apologists make completely contradictory arguments, and that's why they much like Austin was criticizing in the last chapter, we talked about this. He was criticizing non-believers for not having a single cohesive theory of where the Book of Mormon comes from, and we were saying believers also don't. It's the same thing here. They don't have a single cohesive theory of what these things mean. They're just picking and choosing, literally cherry picking things that seem significant on first blush. But if you actually had to make sense of mechanistically, how did this work? Why is this significant? They would not be able to explain it to you in a way that makes sense.
Deuteronomy is all over the Book of Mormon in a variety of different ways. Now Austin goes to sacrifices outside of Jerusalem. Oh, let's see here. Could you read the first two?
Why does First Nephi talk about offering a sacrifice unto the Lord in the wilderness? Doesn't Deuteronomy 12 state that sacrifices are only offered at the temple? Didn't you just tell us
about what Deuteronomy 12 says, Austin? You just shown it's apostate.
He just said it. Like, he just said it was apostate.
And this is like, chronological. This is the order in which these pieces appear in the Light on Truth letter.
Every single one of us is slightly hypocritical at certain times because we're humans, but it's so surprising that Austin is so regularly hypocritical, like literally sentence back to back.
Let me back off from this because I think that I have jumped the gun on this. He's actually not being hypocritical here, okay? Because he's going to contradict Deuteronomy and say Deuteronomy chapter 12 is actually, when it states that sacrifices are only offered at the temple,
I see.
It's not necessarily correct.
So
I think he's building on that there's exceptions for it. He's going to go back to the reforms, and you can go ahead and keep reading.
After the Deuteronomist reforms, sacrifices are only offered at the temple. So it's curious that Lehi, as soon as he was 3 days in the wilderness, built an altar of stones and made an offering unto the Lord. Why would Joseph Smith include this detail? So you're right. His argument is consistent. I apologize, Austin. I was wrong.
Hey, I started it, but I corrected myself. Okay. But here's the good news. This is why the Book of Mormon is true, Colby. An ancient document called the Temple Scroll, right? Is it Qumran? Quran?
Yep.
Was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran. It came to light over 100 years after the publication of the Book of Mormon. How crazy is it that the Temple Scroll reiterates that sacrifices outside the temple are allowed if getting back to Jerusalem is more than a 3-day journey? And there he quotes from the Temple Scroll. And his question, how did Joseph Smith figure this out? Okay, here's how. You ready? Drum roll, please. How did Joseph Smith know? Can you read Exodus chapter 3:18 there on the left?
I sure can. And they shall hearken to thy voice, and thou shalt come, thou and the elders of Israel.
This is
unto
God
the
to
king.
Moses, by the way.
Right. Well, purportedly, unto the king of Egypt. And ye shall say unto him, the Lord God of the Hebrews hath met with us, and now let us go, and we beseech thee 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God.
Wow. How did Joseph Smith know? And also in Exodus 8, I'll just read verse 27. Still Moses, we will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he shall command us. This was the whole problem that Pharaoh had with them leaving. I mean, they could have sacrificed anything they wanted by that point. I mean, he goes through 10 plagues, right? We're not letting you out of here 3 days' journey to go sacrifice in the wilderness because you're not coming back. Come on. I was born at night, but not last night. That's what Yul Brynner says. And sure enough, he was right, by the way, because they kept on trucking. But this is how Joseph Smith knows, all right? Because it's in Exodus. But Exodus really isn't important in the Book of Mormon, is it? Oh, wait a second. We've got a whole list of freaking articles and papers that have been written by Book of Mormon scholars about Exodus in the Book of Mormon too. Here's George Tate writing the typology of the Exodus pattern in the Book of Mormon. So it appears that whoever wrote the Book of Mormon was really into the Book of Exodus as well as the Book of Deuteronomy and patterning things in it after that. Here's the Exodus pattern in the Book of Mormon. That might look like a different, the same article, but it's not. It's a different article on the same theme by S. Kent Brown.
I think S. Kent Brown is one of the scholars we talked about that brought the Nahum the argument about Nahum significance to light.
Oh, okay. I think you might be right. Here's another one, by the way. This is at Scripture Central. Book of Mormon Evidence, Exodus and Nephi's Wilderness Journey, even back in the 1980s when I'm reading the schlock about Deuteronomy and especially about Exodus. Exodus was big back then. It's like everybody and their dog was writing a paper about the Book of Mormon and Exodus, and I would read these things. And I kept wondering in the back of my mind, why is it good for the Book of Mormon that it's patterned on the Bible? How is that helpful?
Right.
Because it sounds like, I don't know, it could be evidence that Joseph Smith used the Bible as a source.
Well, it's the same argument though, or it's the same methodology that you were talking about comparing the leaves to the tree, right? Because even if we're not looking at Barker's argument about the apostasy in the Old Testament times, the narrative about the plain and precious things being lost is very much part of Mormon's belief about the Old Testament, right? The Bible itself was corrupted. I mean, it's literally in the article of faith that we believe it as far as it was translated correctly. What that really means is that the parts that line up with the Book of Mormon or with Mormon beliefs are true, and the parts that don't are the apostate parts. It's like so convenient to have invented like a complete tautology and unfalsifiable proposition, right? It just becomes its own circular reasoning, like you illuminated earlier.
It saves a lot of time. The thing that I'm continually surprised about in Mormonism is that they don't seem to make as much use of that exception in the Articles of Faith about the Bible having all these errors in it. Every now and then they do, but I think they could get a lot more mileage out of it. So here we go. Book of Mormon Evidence, Exodus and Nephi's Wilderness Journey. You know, the thing with the 3 days out after leaving Egypt/Jerusalem. Okay,
so that's
here's a different one.
That's the same exact piece of evidence then. The same exact piece of evidence is being used by Austin, completely contradictory to this piece in Scripture Central, it sounds like.
Oh, I'll show you something else here too. But here's Scripture Central 2020. Book of Mormon Evidence, Exodus parallels in Lehi's departure. I'm not sure it's the same thing. I'm sure it's going to rehash a lot of the same stuff. Oh, this is down there in that article, that last article I just cited. A 3-day journey connected to sacrifices. And look what they actually say here at the bottom. Can you read that part? This is in Scripture Central's article about Exodus and Lehi's journey.
Which sentence do you want me to start with?
Very bottom paragraph, second paragraph, please.
Okay. A prohibition against sacrifices being offered less than a 3-day journey from the temple at Jerusalem has been found in a temple text among the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's that temple scroll that they were talking about, or Austin was talking about. And scholars believe that this prohibition stems from or is otherwise linked to the above mentioned passages in Exodus.
By the way, in the first paragraph, it quotes from 1 Nephi 2 about the 3 days journey and the sacrifice, but it also quotes from Exodus 3 and 8 that we quoted before, that the same thing happened with Moses. And now it's going to try and have its cake and eat it too by summing it up. Instead of just saying the obvious thing, which, the most likely scenario here is that the author of the Book of Mormon got the idea from Exodus. No, they're not going to come to that conclusion. Go ahead, please.
With this context in mind, Nephi's statement may simultaneously recall the sacrifices mentioned in Exodus 3 and 8, while also affirming that Lehi's offering was in compliance with the laws and customs of his day.
Yeah, this is what apologetics has come to. But by the way, I want to give credit to them for acknowledging the parallel in Exodus 3:18 and also in chapter 8 of Exodus. They didn't just omit it entirely like Austin Fife did. All right. But still, they mention it. I think that's good. Their conclusion from it, I think, is strained, but it's where the apologetics has to take them. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about this?
Oh, I just say it's the advantage of the biblical text being not univocal, because Austin is looking at Deuteronomy and saying, oh, look, Deuteronomy says they can't do sacrifices except for at the temple, but Lehi and Nephi do.
Mhm.
They're finding a parallel to the 3 days passage specifically mentioned in Exodus and saying, oh, look, it hooks into Exodus, which would have been in accordance with the laws and customs of Lehi's day. You can use the biblical text either way because it's contradictory on this very question. And so you can see how easy it is to count these hits when you're working from a library. That's really what the Bible is, a library that says contradictory things. They're making the exact opposite argument on the same passage in the Book of Mormon. That is very interesting to me.
Yeah, and the Bible
when I
actually...
say, because you looked quizzical, when I say exact opposite argument, here's what I mean. They're finding a legitimate parallel to Exodus and saying, look, this is a hit with Exodus. Austin's looking at it contradicting what's in Deuteronomy and saying, look, it contradicts what's in Deuteronomy and the Deuteronomist reforms are bad. So they're both arguing different things with regard to a biblical reference, and they're contradictory. I mean, they're different texts, so I guess maybe it's not a true contradiction. I'm just pointing out how easy it is to make these arguments when you're working with what really is a library of texts. Like your analogy with the trees and the leaves, that's what you're able to do, because the biblical, if you're using the entire biblical canon, you can find it to say basically anything, because it had so many different perspectives from so many different times.
The devil cites scripture to suit its purpose.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, from the Merchant of Venice, but it's referring to the temptation of Jesus, which famously Satan comes to him and tempts Jesus by quoting the Bible. He quotes scripture. So, yeah, it can definitely be used for any purpose. By the way, I just also want to say that we understand that at the time that this book the story about Moses is being written, it's 3 days journey into the wilderness from Egypt. There wasn't a temple in Egypt. They're not going 3 days from a temple, okay? Apparently, there's no temple mentioned there, and there's no temple or tabernacle mentioned until you get to the time of Moses. Anyway, every time I say Moses, I just want to go all and Baxter. And I was also going to say that the Bible has even more material in it than the Enochic literature to make connections.
Yes.
Thieves versus robbers, gypsies, tramps, and thieves. Thieves versus robbers. Now, this was, I think this was a John Welch contribution to the literature. And if you could read just the first part and then the question, that would be super.
Of course, in modern English, the words thief and robber are generally used interchangeably. That is not the case in the ancient Near East. Anciently, there was a significant legal difference between how to handle a thief and a robber. In the Book of Mormon era, a thief was someone within the community who stole from his or her neighbor. A thief would be subject to a system of local laws and punishments. By contrast, a robber is an outsider. An outsider may pose a threat to the community because someone stealing from inside the community doesn't. Thus, a robber may require military intervention. The
Now, notice
justification.
this. Okay. Robber may require military intervention. He has helpfully bolded it for us. I'm sorry. Now, I just want you to remember that. Now, go ahead, please.
The justification for military action is that removing the threat of robbers is better than having them overrun the city or nation. Isn't it fascinating that there is a clear distinction between thieves and robbers in the Book of Mormon?
Right. And now, if you look down here, it talks about Laban and how he says, get out of here, you guys, and quit pestering me about my plates. Behold, thou art a robber, and I will slay thee. Then notice what he says here, the very next bolded line.
By labeling the sons of Lehi as robbers, Laban could take military action against them and slay them.
Whoa. Austin. Where's the military action? I'm going to kill you, Tom Sawyer, is not military action.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill you, Nephi, is not military action. A murder does not military action make. But he's saying that in order to make it fit his theory. He is twisting the facts to fit the theory.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to point that out. By the way, this is not a huge
That's a great catch. That's a great catch, RFM. You're right.
Oh, thank you. Well, he helped me. He put it in bold. Thanks, Austin. But the whole idea about, the first thing he says, in modern English, the words thief and robber are generally used interchangeably. Who cares? I will tell you something that actually they're not really, and certainly not in the law, are they, Kolby?
No.
No, theft is when you take something that belongs to somebody else without permission, without authority. The old to wrongfully obtain or exert unauthorized control over, that's the magic language for theft in Washington, over the property or services of another. Right. Robbery, however, is a more serious offense, even today, Austin, even in Washington state, and probably in most states as well, because the gravamen of robbery is that you're taking it from the presence of someone else, and you're doing it either by force or threats of force.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what the difference is between a thief and a robber in current parlance, in the law at least. I can't speak for how other people use the term, but that's the difference, and they are very different still today. So that's why I took issue with his first line there. In modern English, the words thief and robber are generally used interchangeably.
And for what it's worth, most of our criminal laws, because Idaho's codification of these crimes would be very similar to yours, the robbery generally involves from the presence of the person with immediate force or some type of weapon, and whereas theft is not necessarily as serious, right? They do have some overlap.
If you have a weapon, actually, then it's first-degree robbery. If you actually use force, it's first-degree robbery. And if it's a threat of force, then it's like second-degree robbery.
Right. I was going to say that most of the criminal laws that we have, they come out of like English common law. Like the distinctions probably would have come out of English common law. So these date back a long, long time, actually. And my point with saying that is this would have been a distinction that would have been available likely to Joseph Smith, who had his own experiences with the court system before he wrote the Book of Mormon.
He would know better than Joseph about the legal definitions of his day. But he has to start. You see, I just want to point this out. He has to start with this as his opening sentence, because otherwise the argument falls flat.
Falls apart. Yeah.
So he starts his sentence by saying, in modern English, the words thief and robber are generally used interchangeably. Okay, but look at what the Book of Mormon does. So this is like the dumb Joseph Smith, right? Who couldn't, string two words together, but he wrote the Book of Mormon. So we're going to start off with a position that says people today, basically, they use these interchangeably when it's not true. Okay.
I just had
to smuggle in this presupposition.
I just had a thought that might be interesting to the listeners. So, because the use of words evolves over time, we know that happens. And he's trying to say in modern English, what we really should look at is the 1828 Webster's Dictionary real quick. And so the definition of a robber, the first definition given in the 1828 dictionary. So this would have been the common use in Joseph Smith's day. In law, one that takes goods or monies from another person by force or menaces with a felonious intent. The definition of a thief, then, one who secretly, unlawfully, or feloniously takes the goods or personal property of another. The thief takes the property of another privately, the robber by open force. That's in the 1828 definition of thief.
That's a very good representation of how it is today.
Exactly. It's basically the exact same definition with a little less legalese. But Joseph Smith would have understood it the way at least your laws in Washington recapitulate it.
Wow. So you got to watch these apologists every step of the way, because what he's trying to do is he's smuggling in a false premise at the very outset in order to make the trick be more amazing.
Yeah, and why would you even go to the comparison to in modern English, like in modern usage?
Because that's the only place he can make the argument.
Right.
I think.
I guess.
Yeah. So that's that. Theft and robbery. Land of Jerusalem. By the way, I think this is the best one they've got. Okay. Has to do with Jershon, and I think you agree with this. So I think this is a pretty good leaf. I think this leaf, of all the millions and millions of leaves in the forest, kind of looks like one of the leaves on the Book of Mormon tree. Mm-hmm. Can you read that?
Want me to read this one? Yep. Please. In the Bible, Jerusalem is only portrayed as a city. The Book of Mormon references the city and, quote, the land of Jerusalem.
That's in Alma 7:10, right? Where it's talking about the prophecy about Jesus.
Right.
Who'll be born in the land of Jerusalem.
Right. This supposed error made by Joseph Smith drew some criticism at the time. Quote, there is no such land, no part of Palestine bears the name Jerusalem except the city itself. That was in the Origen Bachelor, 1838. Since the 1830s, several ancient artifacts, including the Amarna letter, discovered in 1887, and the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I think that should actually be plural, the Amarna letters, but go ahead.
Okay. As well as the Dead Sea Scrolls found in 1947, have confirmed that Jerusalem was both a city and a land. Quote, behold, wrote Abdi-Heba, the king of Egypt, hath set his name in the land of Jerusalem forever, so he cannot abandon the lands of Jerusalem.
There you go. That's it, by the way. Then there's a picture that I've cut off of a stone that apparently has some of that on there.
Uniform, yeah.
About the lands of Jerusalem. So I think this is as good as it gets.
Seems awful insignificant for as good as it gets.
I know. Isn't that sad? It is as good as it gets, but he talks about it. I don't want to ignore it. I don't want him to think that I'm ignoring things that he puts out there that are pretty good. That leaf is pretty close to the leaf in the Book of Mormon. And that's all I have to say about it, because you feel the same way, don't you?
It is impressive.
Okay.
From when you lower your expectations, it's impressive.
Oh, Tumbaga. Oh my gosh. Tumbaga. Tumbaga is a way that apologists use to try and get out of the fix they're in with how heavy the plates would have been if they'd actually been made of gold, like Moroni said.
Right.
So Tumbaga is this old form of, it's an alloy. It's usually gold. It's usually copper. It can be wildly different between the percentages of the gold. It could be like 97% gold. It could be 97% copper. But it ends up being lighter than pure gold because there's an admixture of copper. It's easier to inscribe on. Here we've got some examples of it. Can you read that first paragraph, please?
Putting copper in it makes it easier to inscribe on than gold. Gold's fairly malleable, isn't it?
Well, it probably is, but maybe it gives it the solidity it needs. And
okay.
maybe I said that wrong.
Yeah, maybe an inscription wouldn't keep.
Well, he says it right there.
Okay.
He says it. Okay, at the end of the paragraph you're going to read.
Okay. A set of pure gold plates the size and dimension of the Book of Mormon plates would have weighed around 100 pounds. Yet witnesses who hefted the Book of Mormon plates claimed they weighed more like 40 to 60 pounds.
Okay, wait. Okay, stop. Hard stop. Hard stop. Houston, we got a problem.
Yeah.
All right. Because these plates should be 100 pounds, but the witnesses, they have to like 40 to 60 pounds. That's a problem. So Tumbaga is not an evidence for the Book of Mormon. It's a way that apologists use to get out of a problem that the Book of Mormon creates for itself.
Right.
And that
It's an
Joseph Smith
ad hoc.
created.
It's an ad hoc explanation. Where it would be evidence for the Book of Mormon is if the Book of Mormon itself or Moroni talked about the use of this admixture of gold and copper, or use the word Tumbaga. That's when it would be actual evidence for what the Book of Mormon says.
Yes.
Okay, it then says Tumbaga is a metal alloy used in ancient South and Central America. It usually consists of copper and gold. Geologist Jerry Grover, I would also say translator of the characters document, Jerry Grover.
What? Are you kidding? You think that's the same guy, or is it just a coincidence?
Oh, it's 100% the same guy.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
He's a geologist. He's not a translator. I mean, he does get paid to translate, so he is a professional translator, but not the characters document.
Okay.
Geologist Jerry Grover estimates that Tumbaga plates would weigh approximately 54 to 58 pounds.
Hello, we have a match. This is our way out.
Yeah. Plus, a gold and copper alloy would be easier to write on than soft, pure gold. Yeah, that's what it is. It wouldn't hold, probably.
Yeah, because that sentence is incorrect. It would not be easier to write on. Yeah, it would be easier
to preserve the writing on. Yeah.
Be preserved, yes. Okay, so there you see it, right? And then he says, Is Tumbaga why some witnesses describe the plates as having the appearance of gold? No. Here's the thing, and here's the problem, okay? The problem isn't your witnesses. The problem is your angel. The problem is your scriptures, because this is from the Joseph Smith history in the Pearl of Great Price, verse 34, where Moroni said to Joseph Smith, upon first appearing to him, this is the official account. This is canonized. There was a book deposited written upon Tumbaga plates. No, he says written upon gold and copper plates. No, he says written upon gold plates. Not that they have the appearance of gold. They are gold plates. That's the problem that they have. And once again, we see that in order to save the Book of Mormon, apologists have to ignore what it says or what angels have said about it. So now it's gold plates, but then gold plates become a problem because of the weight. Tumbaga comes in to save the day, but we have to ignore what Moroni said in order to make Tumbaga work. Well, that's a price apologists are willing to pay.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you go back one slide? I was looking at something that I found interesting. So he does have, to his credit, since I was saying this is what it actually would be evident, or this is how it actually would be evidence, he had at the very bottom, is Tumbaga the reason why William Smith said they, meaning the plates, were a mixture of gold and copper? So I went and looked up the full quote there. This is the full quote from William Smith describing, and this is an interview in 1884. So we're talking much later. Yeah, this is the full quote. It says, the time to receive the plates came at last. When Joseph received them, he came in and said, Father, I have got the plates. All believed it was true. Father, mother, brothers, and sisters. You can tell what a child is. Parents know whether their children are truthful or not. The proof of the pudding is not in chewing the string, but in eating the pudding. Father knew his child was telling the truth. When the plates were brought in, they were wrapped in a tow frock. My father then put them into a pillowcase. Father said, what, Joseph, can we not see them? No, I was disobedient the first time, but I intend to be faithful this time, for I was forbidden to show them until they are translated, but you can feel them. We handled them and could tell what they were. They were not quite as large as this Bible. Could tell whether they were round or square. I think he would mean could not tell. They were not quite as large as this Bible. Could tell whether they were round or square. That's what it says. Could raise the leaves this way, raising a few leaves of the Bible before him. One could easily tell that
the material of the pillowcase.
It must have been, yeah. One could easily tell that they were not a stone hewn out to deceive, or even a block of wood, Being a mixture of gold and copper, they were much heavier than stone and very much heavier than wood.
Where
So
did
let's
he
go.
get the idea that it was made of gold and copper if he didn't look at them, Colby?
I have no idea, but I also wanted to point out the problem that Austin's trying to solve is the weight. And yet here we have him, the witness that he's using, saying mixture of gold and copper, saying this was much heavier than stone. I would think that stone of the same size would have been heavier than. He's trying to eliminate a weight problem, is what I'm trying to say. And
Right.
yet he's using the part of the very sentence that agrees with him and ignoring the part that actually indicates William Smith, at least, is saying that they were heavier than stone.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like it would contradict the problem he's trying to solve, but it doesn't matter because it talks about the mixture of gold and copper. But you've also got the great point. How in the world would he know that they were a mixture of gold and copper when he literally says he was told he could not see them? William Smith was, I mean.
There's only one person who could have known this, and that was the angel who would have told Joseph Smith, who could have told William Smith, but I'm guessing none of those details are in there.
Right. And that's where, when we're dealing with these early church history quotes, it's very important that people not just go look at the full quote, and I mean that for quotes that we share as well. It's also important to ask the question, and this is something you and I have hit on repeatedly because of our experience with witnesses in court. You need to ask yourself the question, how did this witness know what they're saying they knew? Because if William Smith tells you in the passage that he never saw the plates, William Smith cannot tell you that they were a mixture of gold and copper. At best, we probably have a hearsay account from Joseph to William Smith, and then William Smith is giving us what Joseph said. But we also don't have any accounts where Joseph directly said they were a mixture of gold and copper.
By 1838, he's quoting Moroni as saying the plates are not golden. They're plates of gold. They're gold plates. By the way, I mean, even if you could see this thing on the left on the slide, right? And the image on the right that are both represented as being made of tumbaga, the one on the left being more copper, the one on the right being more gold. Okay. I can't tell by looking at the one on the left that that's gold and copper. I can't tell looking at the one on right that that's gold and copper. You have to do more than just look at something, I think.
Right. And that's where so often these apologists will take an assertion from one of these early church, one of these early church figures. Perfect example is the statement from Emma that Joseph had neither book nor manuscript that he ever referred to during the Book of Mormon translation process. You need to ask yourself the question, how could the witness have known the thing that they're asking me to accept? Because if they can't, if Emma wasn't involved in the entire translation process, to use that example, or in this example, if William Smith tells you that he never saw the plates, he's telling you something that he cannot know. And it's okay for you to take that with a very considerable grain of salt.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be admitted in evidence in court.
Exactly.
The jury wouldn't even hear it unless he's able to say how it is he knows this, instead of just as an assertion. By the way, okay, not to beat this particular Tumbaga horse to death, but the more copper you're going to have in it, the more it's going to look like copper. The more gold you have in it, the more it's going to look like gold. You got the two figures in front of you, right? So in order to get it down to 40 to 60 pounds, you're going to have the kind of Tumbaga that has more copper and less gold, right? Because that's the whole problem, is the weight problem. The thing is this, on the right, okay, the one that has very little copper and a lot of gold, you can tell by looking at it, if you already know that there's copper in it, you can look at that and say, yeah, that looks like gold. It's still too heavy because there's too much gold. That's why it looks like gold. The one on the left, hey, that looks like copper. I don't think anybody's going to look at the one on the left and say that has the appearance of gold, because it doesn't. The one on the right does. So I think even the appearance of gold works against this Tumbaga thing when you think it through.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. We'll leave Tumbaga behind us and go forward. Oh, yeah, there it is, gold. Casting arrows. Oh, my gosh. You know this is the best stuff he has. He tells us that there's all this other stuff that he's not telling us. But he's marshaling his best evidence as anybody would. Can you read this? Because I like hearing your voice.
Yeah, and also I like reading it because I've thrown addles before.
You really have?
I really have. There's a local park here called Celebration Park. I think it's a national park, and they have petroglyphs, and they have so they have petroglyph exhibits you can go see. They have a whole bunch of arrowheads and stuff that were discovered from Native American civilization, and atlatls that you can throw, because that was what the people who lived around here did. So it starts and says the Book of Mormon contains a handful of references to bows and arrows. Nephi breaking his bow is the first example. Curiously, the Book of Mormon sometimes refers to arrows being shot, and at other times to arrows being cast or thrown.
Okay, now notice this. All three of these examples come from Alma 49, where it's talking about arrows being thrown. Okay, that's what he wants. He wants arrows being thrown. In each of the examples, it comes in a passage that mentions stones and arrows.
Right.
All right. And you'll see that as you read through those.
In Alma 49, Nephites had dug up a ridge of earth round about them, which was so high that the Lamanites could not cast their stones and their arrows at them. That's from verse 4.
Casting stones we get, but then it adds arrows after the casting. Okay. What I'm saying is it doesn't just say casting or throwing arrows. It's casting stones, which we get, and then arrows is thrown in.
Right.
So is this really saying they're throwing their arrows, or is it, especially in light of the fact that he admits that in other places in the Book of Mormon, it talks about shooting arrows, is the fact that in the three instances that he's citing to talk about casting arrows, it also talks about casting stones in the same breath.
Right. Yeah, it definitely undercuts the evidence that he's offering, for sure. The fact that it would be a lot more impressive, in other words, if it said just casting arrows or just throwing arrows instead of combining it every time with the stones. Do you want me to read the rest of these?
No, I don't think you need to. The question, he says, why would Joseph Smith mix the words thrown or cast into Book of Mormon references to the use of arrows?
Because he's talking about the stones also. But there you go.
I think so. That's probably the most natural. But, they used to use this thing called an addle back in Book of Mormon times. And so that's what this is. And I read a little bit about it. It's the same principle as when you're throwing that the tennis ball for your dog on those things, those plastic things, and you whip it back and you throw it. And all of a sudden now you can throw that ball like you could never throw it just with your arm. The same idea, except for throwing arrows. By the way, when you're doing this with an arrow, it's not called an arrow anymore. It's called a spear.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a spear. That's what makes it an arrow. It's because it goes with a bow. Or it could be a dart. Okay. A dart or a spear is what these things should be called. It's got a little bit of a drawing down there. There's the addle. Oh, look, the dictionary says it's a device for throwing a spear or dart.
I was going to say, I'm fairly positive. I mean, I did this back when I was like 14 and 15, so we're talking a long time ago. But I'm almost positive the guy who trained us referred to the things as darts, not arrows ever, for what it's worth.
I wouldn't think so. But what Austin failed to mention, this is where it says common modern ball throwers, such as molded plastic arms used for throwing tennis balls for dogs to fetch, use the same principle. First part talks about how it's used. I think we get the idea from the picture.
Yeah, it's just leverage. You're just using leverage to give you a lot more force. Yeah.
I call it leverage. Do you call it leverage?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Tomato.
Yeah.
A spear thrower. Why doesn't it say an arrow thrower? A spear thrower is a long-range weapon and can readily impart to projectiles speeds of over 150, like 93 miles per hour. Spear throwers appear early in human history, in several parts of the world, survived in use in traditional societies, Nahuatl word, addle, often used, all right? But by the way, this is why I looked this up, because I thought, the force of this argument, whatever force it might have, would be increased if you didn't have stones in the same sentence. It would also be increased if ancient Americans were the only one who used this thing. But it's widespread.
Right.
In Australia, the word woomera is used instead. So they had these things in freaking Australia. By the way, the ancient Greeks and Romans used a leather thong or loop known as an amentum as a spear throwing device. The Swiss arrow is a weapon that works similarly to a mentum, so at least they got an arrow there. This is all over the place. This is common, okay?
You did have those Nephites that left and went to the Isles of the Sea. Australia is nothing if not an Isle of the Sea. I'm putting on my apologetic hat.
Maybe they stopped by Australia on the way to the Americas.
Yeah.
That part didn't make it into the Book of Mormon either. It was in the 116 pages. So all I'm saying is that the fact that it's so widespread and its use anciently diminishes whatever force it might have as an argument for the Book of Mormon.
Right.
Anything you want to say before we go on?
Well, I think it also, when they do these like loan shifting exercises or they try and play cute games with the words, it also, and we've made this point before, but it also just is at odds with what the actual witnesses to the translation process said. The witnesses to the translation process said that it was a tight, literal translation. So anytime they play games with the words in the Book of Mormon and try and do this type of loan shifting type argument, I know that's not exactly what they're doing, but he's saying, oh, they said throw arrows because they're actually referencing this addle. What would be real impressive is if it was a tight little translation like the witnesses said, it should say addle, or it should say they threw their darts or whatever. It should be something that couldn't have been confused for the bow and arrow under a plain reading of the text. But it doesn't do that.
Well, Austin is setting them up and we're knocking them down. I wonder if he's starting to feel like a bowling pin. Oh, my Lord. He's going to go to Jacob chapter 5 and the allegory of the olive tree. Are you freaking kidding me? You're killing me, Smalls. This has been so debunked, and even last episode. So all I'm going to say is this, okay? Oh, here's the funny part. There is a funny part, though, and I tried to underline it. It's a bad underline job. He says, the longest chapter of the Book of Mormon is an allegory where the Lord of the vineyard tends to his olive tree vineyard. The chapter compares the handling and caring of the orchard to the scattering and gathering of Israel. The description of olive tree maintenance is detailed by an experienced hand. Can you read the next sentence where he gives away the farm?
Even the areas where the allegory splits from botanical rules are instructive. What does that even mean?
What it means is it doesn't exactly follow the rules of olive grafting and vineyards. Okay. It doesn't follow it. There are some places where it does. By the way, what was Joseph Smith? I think he was a farmer. Yeah, he grafted. He knew about grafting shit. He doesn't know about grafting olive trees because there's no olive trees in New York. There's an allegory in the Book of Mormon. And at one and the same time, okay, let me back up and say that has at least two huge errors in it when you compare it with olive horticulture. And the first is that a good tree will not grow in bad ground. Second thing is you can't graft in bad fruit or bad branches with bad fruit into a good olive tree and turn the bad fruit good. So what he says is two contradictory things right after each other. The description of olive tree maintenance is detailed by an experienced hand, somebody who knows how to do this. And the very next sentence says, except for the places where he got shit wrong. Even the areas where the allegory splits from botanical rules are instructive. By the way, that's all he's going to say about it. He's not going to give you the explanation and tell you what those things are, but they're instructive. Yeah, they're instructive. It shows you that the guy who wrote this didn't know about olives. That's how it's instructive. That's how it should be instructive. But he's going to look at the things it got right as evidence that the Book of Mormon is true, and the things that it gets wrong are evidence that the Book of Mormon is true.
It's amazing.
And then he has the chutzpah to ask this question. When did Joseph Smith become so acquainted with olive tree cultivation? Oh my gosh.
That he could make up an allegory that gets part of it right. That gets part of it right and part of it wrong. That's really, if you carried it through from his earlier paragraph, just accepting his own argument, that's really what it says. That he could make up an allegory that gets part of it right and part of it wrong. Wow, how could Joseph Smith have gotten part of it right and part of it wrong, Austin? I have no imagination. I can't imagine how someone could get part of something right and part of something wrong.
Well, there's a follow-up question. Is there any evidence that he, his family, or his neighbors grew olives in upstate New York or Vermont? Oh my gosh. No, there isn't. And we don't need it because he didn't get it right. Okay? He's not an experienced hand. It's made mistakes. He knows about basic grafting, but olives, he goose up.
Yeah.
Oh, guerrilla warfare. This is one of my favorites because of Daniel Peterson. He figured this out back in the 1980s. I remember reading this in the farm's materials. Can you read, up until I tell you to stop?
Sure. Taper Dan Peterson identifies the authenticity of guerrilla warfare in the Book of Mormon in his 1990 book, Warfare in the Book of Mormon. Combat depicted in the Book of Mormon
By the way,
differs.
when it says his 1990 book, Warfare in the Book of Mormon, it's not his book. I don't know if he was an editor. It was a symposium, and they have all these different papers written by all these different people. I read it.
Okay.
I had it.
Combat depicted in the Book of Mormon differs significantly from the type of warfare familiar to Joseph Smith. Okay, well, that's just ridiculous, I think. Only a couple of generations removed from the Revolutionary War, Joseph seems to romanticize the formality of warfare typical in the late 18th to early 19th century, namely to opposing armies in official uniforms. Does he know? Does he know anything? Does he know anything
and
about
he's already
the Revolutionary War?
He's only a couple of generations removed from the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, I mean, his grandfather, Asel Smith, who we'll talk about later, was a Revolutionary War veteran. And so I think Austin doesn't know anything about the Revolutionary War and the tactics that won the Revolutionary War, because it wasn't two opposing armies in official uniforms. That was actually the thing that made the American settlers so successful. The Book of Mormon, however, accurately depicts genuine guerrilla warfare. Oh, wherever could they have gotten those?
Well, it's amazing, really.
This is truly an incredible level of Dunning-Kruger effect on display. To make an assertion that is, I mean, this is exactly wrong. This is exactly bad. Am I being way too mean? This is exactly backwards. Guerrilla warfare was exactly what won the colonists the war. And it was their experience with the Native Americans.
Overstated. I did some reading on this too for this.
Sure.
It's sometimes apparently a bit overstated because it wasn't exclusively that by any means. Correct. But yeah, it was a big deal.
It was a big part of the turning point of the war. Anyways, Book of Mormon warfare operates on the principles of stealth, surprise, hidden base camps, small-scale skirmishes, strategic retreats, favorable terrain, and subversive propaganda. How did Joseph Smith think of the authentic warfare tactics of the Gadianton robbers? Is there any evidence that he was familiar with different types of warfare? We could give specific American history Revolutionary War examples of every single one of those things he just talked about.
I've got the next slide that leads right into this question. Okay. Is there any evidence that he was familiar with different types of warfare? Oh, yeah, that would be the Revolutionary War. And here you got the Americans over here. And there you got, hiding behind the trees, no uniforms. And here you got the British on their horses and their uniforms, and they're slaughtering them because they're refusing to play by the rules of conventional warfare. In fact, there was one Revolutionary War hero who is especially known for this, Francis Marion, also known as the Swamp Fox. And here's an article that says how Francis Marion's revolutionary use of guerrilla warfare. Austin, are you listening? How his use of guerrilla warfare changed military tactics forever. Oh, they made a movie about this guy. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Remember this movie? Patriot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who Mel Gibson is playing, is the Swamp Fox.
And the late, great Heath Ledger there to the left.
His son, the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That escalated quickly. So, yeah. Guerrilla warfare is what won the Revolutionary War. So say many scholars. Joseph Smith was only a couple of generations removed. And here's Austin going crazy saying, how could he have... And Daniel Peterson before him. I mean, my gosh, come on, Daniel Peterson. You used to be a professor at BYU. You used to be somebody. And here you're talking about, wow, guerrilla warfare tactics in the Book of Mormon. How could Joseph Smith have known? Really?
Well, and the Revolutionary War wasn't the only experience with guerrilla warfare that would have been immediately available to Joseph Smith. Closer in time was the War of 1812. I'm just going to read from... I went to the History of Guerrilla Warfare and has an entry for the War of 1812 on Wikipedia. I'm just going to read this really quickly.
So Joseph was 6 at this time.
Yeah. Although a great number of engagements were conventional, unconventional warfare was used to a certain extent by the Americans in their second conflict with the British Empire. This war has been controversial between historians and scholars. However, it cannot be denied that some guerrilla actions did take place and were expertly used by Americans. The Americans used forms of unconventional warfare, such as raiding, hit-and-run incursions, surprise attacks, and ambushes. Oh, does that sound exactly like the list of things that Austin Fife said Joseph Smith would have no familiarity with?
I think so.
Odd.
Yeah, hidden base camps, surprise, stealth, small-scale skirmishes, strategic retreats, favorable terrain, and subversive propaganda. That's what the Book of Mormon does. That's what Daniel Peterson says, and now Austin Fife echoing him, that the Book of Mormon does that Joseph Smith would have had no idea about. It would have been completely different from Joseph Smith's idea of warfare.
Yeah. However could he have known? It's
an amazing thing. And as lame as these evidences may seem to you, remember, these are the best that Austin has got. This is as good as it gets. He's trying to make his case. He's presenting his best evidence, and it's falling short at every turn. All right. Continuing on then, after guerrilla warfare, which Joseph Smith knew nothing about, we get to Ether's genealogy. And what this has to do with the fact is at the beginning of Ether, it gives a list of 30 generation of kings among the Jaredites. And it gives it in one kind of order. It goes from like the brother of Jared all the way back to the beginning. And then the rest of the narrative starts at the beginning with the first king and then follows through the 30 kings to the end of the book of Ether. So the question then is, can you read that? Are you able to read that up there that we learn from?
Yep. We learned from several witnesses that Joseph Smith had no manuscript or sources while translating the Book of Mormon. Let me pause.
We learned that from one. We learned that from one, I believe. And I think that's Emma Smith.
Yeah. And I was going to just point out also that Austin doesn't want to take their statements regarding the literal tight translation method from these same witnesses, from this same witness, in fact. So just notice the inconsistent methodology. He's only taking the statements from these witnesses that agree with the point he wants to make, not taking their view holistically. It says,
right. Okay, so Emma says he had no books or manuscripts with him. I mean, other than the Bible and the Adam Clark commentary and whatever else he could hide behind that curtain. Other than those, he had no books or manuscripts with him, right? They take that, but they omit the part in her same 2-page declaration that she gave toward the end of her life, where she talks about he would sit and dictate with his head in a hat for hours on end.
Looking at the rock in the hat for hours on end. That's exactly right. Emma Smith said, after meals or after interruptions, Joseph would at once begin where he had left off without either seeing the manuscript or having any portion of it read to him. This was a usual thing for him to do.
Okay. So we know that's not true. And this is one of the reasons that we have some suspicion about her recollection. And it appears she's trying to make it look more miraculous than it really was. Okay, assuming that she knew about it, and she was pretty close to it, and she's married to the guy, so we assume that she might have known something about his use of the Bible and the Adam Clark Bible commentary. And yet she says this at the end of her life. So Austin asks, how did Joseph Smith remember a list of 30 Jaredite kings in the book of Ether in chapter 1, and then remember to discuss each king in reverse order in Ether chapter 6 through 11? To which I respond, I don't know. He made a list. I mean, that's what comes to my mind. And I'm coming to you as a guy who used this as an apology. I mean, I used all of these, right? I knew all of these. I used them all. And
because
it's an amazing thing. You couldn't do this unless you made a list.
But they're only impressive if you stick to the presuppositions that they smuggle in, right?
Right. And that Joseph Smith didn't read back. He didn't refer back.
Exactly.
Oh, come on. Of course he did.
Right. Exactly. That's why it was highlighting the inconsistent methodology, is because that's the presupposition he's smuggling in that he doesn't want to tell you about, is that you're going to take what Emma said absolutely to the bank. Never mind the fact that she says that she wasn't involved in any of his polygamous sealings or marriages in the same statement. Never mind the fact that this is actually a statement from the late 1880s where she's trying to contradict the Spalding manuscript heyday. You know, it's anyways,
And
that's why
never mind that she was the scribe and probably then the witness of the translation of the 116 pages that were lost.
Right.
Because she really wasn't a scribe for the Book of Mormon translation as we have it today.
Right. And it goes so far as to the point that, when the Joseph Smith Papers project released at least the portion, I think we have about 28% of the original manuscript of the Book of Mormon's dictation. It was lost because it was put in the cornerstone of one of Joseph and Emma's houses. We uncovered, when we found that manuscript, or when I was reading that manuscript, I was shocked to learn that there's handwriting from supposed scribes in that manuscript that we don't even know who that was today. So the idea that we have all of the information available to us regarding the Book of Mormon's dictation, and we can take these statements from certain witnesses as absolute truth of what happened, that's just not accordant with reality in any reasonable way.
So Joseph Smith, or the Book of Mormon, lists a list of 30 kings, genealogy, and then goes back and goes through them in reverse order. And isn't it amazing that an apologist, and I was probably one of them, this is one of the reasons this episode's so personally painful for me, can sit back and say with utmost assurity, isn't this feat incredible? If Joseph Smith was making up the Book of Mormon off the top of his head? Well, no, he just made a list. Or he referred back. I mean, my gosh, how hard does it have to be? In other words, the simplest explanation is completely overlooked, disregarded, and will not even be contemplated by the apologist because it blows their argument to smithereens. By the way, this is also the same document in which Emma Smith in her later years said that Joseph Smith, her husband, did not practice polygamy.
Right. And that and this is the part that's even more interesting to me, that she specifically had no knowledge about it, had never heard anything about it, because we know for a fact that she was involved as witnesses in at least several of those polygamous marriages, including the sham marriage to the Partridge sisters, to that Joseph had already been married and sealed to appease Emma. They did
Lori and Tracy, the Partridge sisters. Yeah, and she said, she actually writes in her statement, I am shocked to find out there's polygamy going on here. And then I said, how did Joseph Smith know? How did he know this about the list and the everything? Well, everything, he keeps hiding stuff. Either he's hiding behind a curtain, or he's got a hat that he can use as to put things in and look at. And I'm not talking about the stone. I'm talking about stuff that actually works, like notes. He has got all sorts of ways. And I've got to tell you something here. This comes from my magic days. When I was a magician, and I had a little set, and I'm a kid, and it was made by Mattel, and I was thrilled with this, I got to tell you. And it was like a little briefcase. It's made out of vinyl, very colorful, early 70s colors you can imagine. It's wild, psychedelic. But you would take this little briefcase, right? You carry it around. Let's get your tricks in it. And then you would put it down on a table, and then you could take the top part and fold it up into like a little magic stand. So it's got these little sides that'll have grips, the little things that you grip on, like a Western shirt with those little grips or buttons or whatever you call them. They're not really buttons. And then you can put this little thing up here. Okay, what happens is you now have a front and you have partial sides, and you got this little thin top where you can put things. But behind it, what you have is the magic area. This is the area nobody gets to see except for the magician. And this is where the real magic happens. There's a reason you can't allow the other people to see it, because then they'll figure out how you do all your freaking tricks. But down here is this area. And there was just, as a kid, there was an excitement about that space. And I wouldn't have used the word sacred for it, but it was all mine and nobody else's, and nobody else could look at it. So it was basically secret and therefore sacred. This is what I think of when I look at Joseph Smith. Okay, Joseph Smith is creating these spaces, these areas where nobody can see except for himself. And that's where the magic happens. That's what I think.
Yeah, and that's such a great comment. And I think to people who might hear this or hear us talking about not taking Emma Smith's statement to the bank, they might erroneously then pivot and say, so you're saying that she was in on it from the beginning, that it was all a con from the beginning? That's not what we're saying. That's not the point RFM's making. this is where I think, coming back to our comments a little bit earlier in the episode, it's so important to understand the improvisational, like the group improvisational exercise, excuse me, that spiritual experiences can create in people. That's why it's so significant to me, the finding from Tom Wayment and Haley Wilson that you mentioned regarding the Adam Clark Bible commentary inclusion in the Joseph Smith translation, as well as now, according to Kolby Townsend, which you and I both talked about in the Book of Mormon, is so significant, is because none of the scribes in their later accounts mention the use of this source ever. And that's, to me, where it is such a significant finding, is because if they're recording this translation process, both of these translation processes.
And Sidney Rigdon was the main scribe for the Joseph Smith translation, so at least he was present.
Right. We have people who are present who make no mention of it. And it was actually when I was listening to Tom talk about the significance of his research and saying, because I used to work for Tom as a TA, and him saying, this causes us to reevaluate what we understand about the translation process. That's the way I look at it, is I'm not willing to take these statements that these people made to the bank, because they may have even been doing it under good intentions, I suppose, is the point I'm making it. They may have viewed it as not a problem, as not part of a con, but as Joseph Smith legitimately trying to receive revelation from the God he believed in. And the significance of it is just that there was more to the story that we weren't told, even if they weren't trying to lie to us. And that's where it becomes so significant to me, along with your idea of this RFM's little holy of holies, as I would say.
Yes, or even a dark art well. I won't go into what that is, but that's another idea of a secret place, right, where magic happens in it. Magician's table. Now, this may sound crazy, but I will prove it to you, okay? I'm going to prove this to you, this assertion, that people such as Emma Smith will lie. By that I mean not tell you things that contradict what she's asserting, okay? She's aware of information that contradicts her assertion about the miraculous production of the Book of Mormon, and she doesn't tell you. The reason why is not because she knows it's a con. The reason why is because she knows it's true. And she's aware that things that she knows that Joseph Smith did in the production of the Book of Mormon make it look less like it's true. In other words, a critic could look at that and say, oh, that's a reason to disbelieve in it. And therefore, from Emma's point of view, because I know it's true, I don't want people to be dissuaded from believing it. And therefore, I will leave out the information that might cause someone to dissuade them from believing in the divine nature of the Book of Mormon. If that sounds crazy, okay, consider the fact that we've already caught Austin doing the exact same thing several times in this chapter alone. We have caught him not telling us certain information in order for the Book of Mormon to look more miraculous than it actually is, or the Book of Abraham more miraculous than or the Book of Enoch more miraculous than it actually is. So he withholds information intentionally in order to make it look more miraculous, and this is religion in a nutshell, and it's certainly Mormonism specifically, and it goes on today. This is why the leaders of the church hide stuff from the members. It's for the exact same reason. It's been going on since the beginning, and this is why they consider it a virtue to hide shit from the members, because anything that leads you away from Mormonism is by definition of a bad thing, even if it's true. And therefore, not everything that is true is useful.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, RFM, and I think really well said.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. 100 different names for Christ in the Book of Mormon? Are you freaking kidding me? What is this supposed to prove? Because I'm not exactly sure, and I don't think you ever say. Can you just read this this paragraph? This is from like the late 1970s. I think this was is it Susan Black?
Yep. It's right here in the paragraph. It says, the Book of Mormon contains at least 100 different names and titles for Jesus Christ, including ones that would not have been available to Hebrew speakers at that time. How
it
did Joseph...
True. Yes, but it would have been available very good to Hebrew speakers. Go ahead, yes.
Yeah. How did Joseph Smith do that? Isn't the variety and how the names are woven into the text incredibly impressive for someone making up a book on the spot? I would say using a whole bunch of different names for the same figure is actually more supportive of the idea that someone's making up the book on the spot, but maybe that's just me. It says Susan Black illustrated the variety in a 1978 Ensign article, which I've recreated below.
Which was nice of him. I think it became Susan Easton Black. I think she got married at some point. That's what I'm more familiar in referring to her as. But I circled a few of these. First off, wow. I mean, how is this evidence of anything? I don't get it. I really don't understand the argument he's trying to make, especially when examples include Alpha and Omega, which is from Greek.
Right.
Okay. We know that there's Hebrew. We know the influence. We know there's Egyptian influence. There's nowhere in the Book of Mormon that says there's Greek influence. And yet we end up with Alpha and Omega and names like Timothy and Laconius as characters in the Book of Mormon, very Greek names. Number 4, you can tell you're trying to pad your resume to come up with 100 when you include the word being. How did Joseph Smith come up with the word being for Jesus? Wow, he's a being. Christ, that's an amazing one. Number 7, Joseph Smith came up with Christ, which is also a Greek etymology, I think. Not only Christ, but Christ Jesus and Jesus Christ. The next page has Jesus Christ in it too. That gets it to 101.
Does he have the one use of Jesus H. Christ from the Book of Mormon?
They should have that.
Yeah.
They should have Jesus H. Christ.
Yeah.
That's for Hiram, by the way. Jesus Hiram Christ.
Or and husband, then, apparently.
We're not going to go through all these, by the way, but 10, counselor. You know where that's from, right? That's where they're quoting Isaiah, I think.
Isaiah.
9.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're quoting King James Version Isaiah, so much so that they include down to the very names, the unusual names of counselor, right? And that gets credited to Joseph Smith because he copied Isaiah in the Book of Mormon. So how could Joseph Smith have done this? Is that really your argument, Austin? Husband, number 42. That's probably the husband of the vineyard or something. Husband. Oh my gosh. Emmanuel. Oh, that's from the same thing in Isaiah. Mm-hmm. Emmanuel. Notice it says it's used 2 times, probably both times they quote Isaiah. Counselors used once. Christ gets 312 mentions. Oh, then there's Jehovah. Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Look, I was just telling my wife last night that this bit of, what kind of fish is it? Mackerel?
Halibut. Yeah, I thought it was halibut.
This bit of halibut is good enough for Jehovah. Yeah, number 44, Jehovah. The problem is that Jehovah wasn't Jesus Christ until the early part of the 20th century. So in the Book of Mormon, Jehovah isn't Jesus, it's God. So that should be taken out. But then you're going to be below 100, and then Joseph Smith won't be a prophet anymore. 45, Jesus. Okay, are you kidding me? So you got Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ and Christ Jesus. Okay, all those count as separate names under this methodology. Number 22 is God. Oh, that gets used a lot. 1,351 times God. Are we sure we're talking about Jesus there? The Lord Jehovah. So not just Jehovah, but the Lord Jehovah. So you're going to have to take both of those out. Let's see here. Oh, the God of Abraham. The God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. The God of Abraham and of Isaac and the God of Jacob. See, that's totally different than the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. We've got the God of Abraham and of Isaac and the God of Jacob. So that's 2 different names. Oh, also the God of Isaac.
That's so crazy. Number 98 is kind of funny to me too. The true vine, that comes right out of John 15. So that's, many of these are anachronistic.
Oh yeah.
They're referencing languages and concepts that didn't exist yet. Also get a kick out of 5 uses of the Lord God omnipotent, because the Book of Mormon also talks about God ceasing to be God, a reality where God can cease to be God. So that's an interesting one.
Yes. And number 100, that comes from Isaiah as well. Wonderful counselor. Yeah. So he gets credit for everybody. By the way, do you want to say anything more about this?
I just want to say,
why are you even putting this in here? You're diminishing from the incredible force of all your other well-considered arguments.
That's basically what I was going to say, is the whole idea of this list is like, someone would look at this list, and if they're not thinking critically, they would say, wow, like, look at all the effort that went into counting all these words and finding all these phrases, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, this doesn't mean a single thing. It's just a whole bunch of titles, many of which are anachronistic. It's finding a way to look like you've done a whole lot and proved a whole lot, almost like why he highlights this as a manipulation or logical fallacy in his first chapter to argument by big list like this, right? He's
Right.
looking like he's done a whole lot of work, or at least cribbed a whole lot of work from Susan Easton Black, but it
hmm
doesn't mean anything.
We've got the Son, Son of God, Son of righteousness, Son of the eternal Father, Son of the everlasting God, Son of the living God, Son of the most high God.
There was Lord God Omnipotent and Lord Omnipotent, which are completely different things. Don't get those confused.
Right. One would be a translation of Jehovah Elohim. Anyway, which is a later
Right.
It's a combining of two gods. We don't have to get into that. We need David Bakavoy here for that. Now he's going to get us to Nephi's bow. Yeah, I knew about this one as an apologist. Could you do the honors, please?
Isn't it interesting that when Nephi's steel bow breaks, he does not use his old arrows with his wood bow? He makes an arrow from the same wood as his new bow. 1 Nephi 16:23. Anyone unfamiliar with archery would not include that tidbit.
Can you hang on a second there and
Yeah.
notice the assumption that was just smuggled in?
That Joseph Smith is unfamiliar with archery?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I'm sure would be a questionable assumption. However, including that subtle detail hints that this is a recorded event, or that the person was familiar with archery.
Yes.
Nephi's arrows from his steel bow would not have been suitable for his wood bow.
And here is the actual verse, okay? And that's from 1 Nephi 16:23. I'll come back to it in a second. So the problem here is not so much Nephi's new bow, although that creates its own problem because it seems like anything goes wrong, Nephi is there. He is the handyman. He's the superintendent of the building. He can fix anything. You need a boat. Good thing Nephi knows all about building a boat and everything that's necessary for that. Talking about down here at the bottom, sword of Laban. He makes all these swords after the pattern of the sword of Laban. So he knows how all that. He can make swords and he can make a bow. This is a handy guy to have around. He can do anything. Anything that the plot requires, Nephi can do. It's amazing, really. So he can make his bow. Now, his problem isn't so much with the bow he makes, really, even though it's like, can this guy really do everything? I don't even think Superman has all of these powers. But here it is, right? And it came to pass that as I, Nephi, went forth to slay food, behold, I did break my bow, which was made of fine steel. After I did break my bow, behold, my brethren were angry with me because of the loss of my bow, for we did obtain no food. Okay, so this is a working bow made out of steel. That's the problem. The problem isn't so much the wood bow that he makes to replace the steel bow. It's the fact that he claims to have had a steel bow in the first place. And I did some research about this, about bows made out of steel. I was really surprised. It's the history of metal bows. And this is written by some guy it's Jan H. Satchers. I'm assuming it's a guy, it could be a lady, gets a fistful of steel as he discusses metal bows. Okay, so this is an article by a historian who apparently knows what he's talking about. And I was surprised at how late on the scene these steel bows come in. Since the dawn of archery many millennia ago, steel has been the most common material to produce bows. Oh, wait, it doesn't say steel. It says wood. Here's a big surprise. Wood has been the most common material to produce bows, etc. It was only in the 20th century, Kolby. It was only in the 20th century, with the advent of new synthetic materials, that preferences changed and glass or carbon fibers were incorporated in bows or limbs. I think limbs are the top limb and the bottom limb of the bow. Since the 1970s, aluminum and magnesium were used to produce stiff but lightweight risers for takedown, recurve, and compound bows. But apart from that, metal never appears to have been considered a proper bow making material. Or was it? Can you read this last paragraph?
Bows of steel or bronze are mentioned in the Bible, but only as metaphors for strong or unbreakable weapons.
If you'll hang on a second, okay?
Yep.
This is where this is where Joseph Smith went off the rails,
Right.
because he knows his Bible, and the Bible talks about steel bows. So he has Nephi have a steel bow. The problem is that that's not what it says. They're not made of steel. What it means is it's a strong weapon, or it's unbreakable.
Right. It's like the iron chariots that are mentioned as, I think, defeating the Israelites, right?
I think so. It's like it's a really strong bow, but it's not made of literal steel. And then I thought, can Joseph Smith use that? I mean, can the apologist use that when talking about the Nephi story, which is why I went and I replicated the verse. He says, I did break my bow, which was made of fine steel. See, he's making it quite literal.
Right.
That his bow in 600 BCE was made of freaking steel.
Right.
Never happened.
And the reason that Austin's point is significant, like the hit he's trying to have here, is only if it was literally a steel bow, because his entire argument is, why include the weird detail of creating new arrows from the same wood if you didn't know anything about archery, or if Joseph Smith presumably didn't know anything about archery. So the point he's trying to make is only valid if it's a literal steel bow, not metaphorical strong. Yeah.
Yeah, and what he's trying to say is, look how much Joseph Smith knew about archery after proving he knew nothing about archery, at least ancient archery, and the kind of weapons or bows they would have had in Nephi's day. No steel bow. That's something that is much more recent. But then he also says highly ornamented metal reflex bows. Can you read that?
Yeah, highly ornamented metal reflex bows from the Indo-Persian Mughal Empire, made of Damascus steel, can be admired in many museums, but they must be considered as being of ceremonial use rather than actual weapons.
Yeah. Okay. Because steel really doesn't work very well as a bow. Right. And in fact,
the entire reason a bow works is because of the tension and the play in the wood or in the material that you're using. And steel, famously, is fairly rigid, right? That's why we use it in the way that we do. And so I've always struggled to understand why it would be useful for bow making ever.
You have to make that steel so thin in order for it to be used in a bow. And there have been attempts to do that, and we'll read about that here in a second here. But the only exception to this in Middle Ages, maybe crossbows might use some steel in them, okay?
Sure.
But a crossbow with this pull. Here's what I understand. It's a matter of physics is why steel is not used for bows. It's because when you draw the string on a bow, the idea is to let go of that string, to loose the string, and the string propels the arrow. The problem is that string has to propel more than the arrow, because it has to propel the bow as well. You're pulling the bow back, and that snap is what sends the arrow out. But what you have to do, if you want your arrow to go fast and far and true, is you have to have a material for your bow that isn't absorbing so much of that force. So the string moves the arrow forward as well as the bow, and you don't want it all going into the bow, and a lot of it's going to go into the bow if it's made of steel, which means your arrow is going to go bump. It's not going to go very far at all. Otherwise, people would be using this for more than just ceremonial stuff in India anciently, right? Okay, now going on. Since the 15th century, European crossbow makers used mild steel. So that's 1400s, right? This is as close as you're going to get. Used mild and the wrong kind of bow. Crossbows. Mild steel to produce very powerful prods, but a longbow of the same material would be very slow, very heavy, and far too strong to be pulled by hand, even if you're Odysseus. As Roger Ascham noted as early as 1545, and I've been working on this, so it says, for if brass, iron, or steel have their own strength and pith in them, they be far above man's strength. If they be made meet for man's strength, their pith is nothing worthy or worth to shoot any shoot with all. Okay.
Which would make sense why they did use it in crossbows, but not necessarily draw bows, because a crossbow isn't relying on the person's strength to pull the string back and release the tension. Yep.
but screw your courage to the sticking point, which is what Lady Macbeth tells her husband in order to get him man enough to kill the king under his own roof, but is widely regarded as an analogy. It's a reference. It's a metaphor being taken from the crossbow. Screwing your courage, you're screwing the string back into place so you can pull the trigger. Bam. Yeah. Nevertheless, mentions can be found throughout the archery literature of experiments to produce working bows of various metals from the 17th to the 19th centuries. This is how recent this is. And usually also detailing their shortcomings and failures because it doesn't work. This didn't stop inventors from trying, though, and Dave Eagleton lists a surprising large number of patents being filed and granted, mainly in the U.S. from the 1870s onward. Is that in time for Nephi? Some of them contain clever details, others are outright ridiculous, but none of them seem to have gone into actual production, or at least no examples survived. And then he talks, there's a few that in the 1970s, they did a few, and you can find some, but basically there's a reason that wood is used. And that's because if it's the right wood, or whatever it might be, you need the elasticity, which means able to be bent and then resume its shape.
Right.
But you also need it to be light.
Right.
So fiberglass works great.
Right.
But steel, no. Any questions or comments about that?
No, I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I learned all this stuff about it.
It's one of these examples where Joseph Smith, based on his familiarity with the Bible, takes something in the Bible literally in a way that is actually his downfall. Right?
Yes, exactly. And this shows it clear as day. Oh, we're at the conclusion. We're almost to, when I say your part, this is all us doing it together, but your slides and your huge insight that you gained, which you're going to share with the audience for the first time on this or any other stage. The conclusion of how did Joseph Smith know? Can you read this? This is the conclusion of this chapter.
Sure. In my opinion, no one item listed above and many more unlisted, I can't imagine how good those ones are based on what we had on offer here, proves Joseph Smith's claim of divine intervention.
We have reached an agreement. I agree with Austin. Do you agree with Austin on that, Kolby?
I definitely do. Unfortunately, I think the problem is that Austin uses these, I've called them half-assed before, so I'll just stick with it. He uses these half-assed, this doesn't really prove anything, but it sure makes me think. The way I view these, because they've been so replete throughout the Light and Truth letter, is they're really just a disclaimer of any liability when he's wrong. It's basically cutting the feet under his own arguments. He should just make the arguments he thinks actually do help establish that Joseph Smith's claims of divine intervention were real.
Look at 100 names for Jesus in the Book of Mormon. Okay, argue your freaking point. Don't just list them and say, wow, isn't that interesting? How could he do that?
Exactly. He continues, however, Joseph Smith's ministry becomes more unbelievable in a natural sense when triangulating the affirmative signs. I don't even know what that sentence is really saying because it seems completely
when you consider all this stuff that isn't proof that he's a prophet, but it's just interesting, it really makes him look like a prophet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's why it almost like beggars belief because it's blatantly contradictory to the sentence we just read. I have grown surprised at how the critical community widely ignores items like Enochic literature.
Can you stop for a second? Because I just thought that was such a great point. Okay, two contradictory sentences. The first one where Austin says, in my opinion, no one item listed above, and even if you throw in all the ones that I haven't mentioned, none of them proves that Joseph Smith's had his claims that he had divine intervention, that God was helping him. Okay, none of it, not even all of them together. Okay. However, his ministry becomes more unbelievable in a natural sense when triangulating the affirmative side. So you take them all together, and it's harder to believe that he wasn't a prophet. Okay, so I guess what he's saying is it doesn't prove it, but geez, it makes him look a lot more like a prophet. That sounds like proof to me.
Yeah, it sounds like proof without wanting to actually have to back it up.
Yeah, this stuff doesn't prove anything except for this thing.
That's
that Joseph was a prophet.
He continues and says, I've grown surprised at how the critical community widely ignores items like Enochic literature, Jaredite kings, the land of Jerusalem, and sacrifices allowed 3 days out from the temple.
Well, I hope you're happy now, Austin. I
That's
hope
right.
you're happy now. We're not ignoring it anymore.
I kept getting the nagging feeling they were looking for ways to doubt instead of looking at the whole picture. I've talked about this a number of times, but this is the stuff that really bothers me. Austin, we had every bias in favor of continuing to believe the church's truth claims, not the opposite. I don't know where apologists have gotten this fictional idea that people just reached the conclusion we did because we were looking for ways to doubt. There are plenty of reasons to question the restoration's truth claims. That said, it is also true that simply writing off the faith-promoting elements is not becoming of a light and truth seeker.
Well, apparently none of the questions or reasons to question the restoration's truth claims, which he admits to, are sufficiently important to qualify as light or truth, so that they should be included in the light and truth letter. That's other stuff he's not telling us, by the way. It's the same old thing. He doesn't want to tell us the reasons to question. He's only saying this in order to make himself look rational, which he wants to use in order to make it sound more impressive that he comes to this conclusion. Okay. In other words, he knows all this stuff, but he's still coming down on the side of Joseph Smith. He's not going to tell us what that other stuff is, because that might make it easier for us to disbelieve what it is he's selling, which is Joseph Smith's divine prophetic mantle. So he's just doing the same thing that Emma Smith did. He's doing the same thing that the leaders of the church are doing now and have done for 200 years, which are telling us what they think we need to know and not telling us what they think we don't need to know.
Right. Exactly.
And that's the conclusion.
Yeah, that's his conclusion section. And I actually, so like RFM said, we generally kind of talk about what we're going to do for each episode throughout the week as we start these. And RFM did such a deep dive because some of this stuff was so meaningful to his experience as an apologist that I mean, I've commented as we've gone through it, but he primarily led the research on these last couple slides. And I actually had a slightly different spin on this chapter, which was basically to take the same methodology of just asking, how did such and such know? And it connected with some thoughts that I was having and kind of hinted at in the last episode involving some resources that may have been available to Joseph Smith. So if you'll go to the next slide, this is kind of my take on the concept in this chapter. This
is going to be great. I love this. This is for the first time ever. You know, sometimes I wonder, how was it that Joseph Smith knew that, I don't know, that there were no steel bows in 600 BCE or for a long time afterward?
Right.
Here you go.
So here was kind of my introduction to this thought, which is, how did Korihor know about Thomas Paine? And I used my AI assistant to take the famous church image of Korihor and add Thomas Paine there holding his little book called Age of Reason. And this is actually a thought RFM can attest, because there was someone I'll reference here that did a write-up on Reddit just a few days ago. I
was so shocked by that. I saw it yesterday and I thought, oh no.
Yeah, but RFM can attest that we've been talking about this actually for the last several weeks behind the scenes. And so I'm really glad that
we've been talking about it for years, if it makes it better.
3 years ago. Yeah. No, I actually came to this realization when I was listening to an episode on Mormon Stories talking about the new biography of Joseph Smith from John Turner. And he included a story of Joseph Smith's upbringing that I actually hadn't heard before that made me think about this. And so as a brief restatement of Korihor, or a brief summary of the story of Korihor, it's found in Alma 30, and Korihor is an eloquent and persuasive figure in the Book of Mormon that begins preaching against belief in Christ and specifically against divine revelation. He argues that prophecy is unknowable, that the religious traditions are irrational, and that the priests exploit people for gain. He promotes a materialist philosophy, claiming that people prosper according to their own strength, and that moral categories like sin are inventions used by priests to control people. He echoes the cry of rationalists, show me the evidence, show me a sign. Despite gaining followers, Korihor is eventually brought before Alma, the chief religious and civic authority. And I'll put in parentheses here, despite the fact that the narrative tells us at the beginning that whatsoever a man believed and taught was no crime. So there's actually an internal contradiction baked into the narrative right from the very beginning. Korihor then in this exchange with Alma, demands a sign from God to prove his existence. Alma warns him, but when Korihor persists, Korihor is miraculously struck dumb. This divine punishment then serves as proof to the people of God's power and the truth of the Mormon gospel. In his final moments, Korihor writes a confession, which we'll look at in depth, stating that he always knew that God existed, but was deceived by the devil. We'll also talk about the weird contradictions in that story.
I always thought that was the dumbest confession.
It is almost unbelievably contradictory, because this devil appears to Korihor as an angel and persuaded him to spread lies. Cast out and reduced to begging, Korihor is then eventually trampled to death by a group of dissenters. His story ends with a moralizing declaration that the devil never supports his followers in the end, reinforcing the dangers of disbelief and rebellion against God. Before we look at this in depth and look at the link that I see at least between Korihor and Thomas Paine, I wanted to share this screen, and we've talked about this both in last episode and then in a few of the slides we've talked about this episode. If you'll go to the next slide, I want to just talk about this idea of memes. Okay.
Somebody had commented, thank you, Kolby, because you talked about this last episode. Somebody said, thank you, Kolby, for actually using the correct definition of what a meme is.
Yeah. So this idea or this definition of memes actually comes from Richard Dawkins' book, The Selfish Gene, where he really offers this theory called meme theory, where memes are viewed as units of cultural information that can be transmitted from one mind to another. Think of it as the cultural equivalent of a gene. The way I've put it before is it's like a packet of cultural information, just how a gene is a packet of biological information. And while in biology, we see natural selection selecting for the fittest suited to their environment, the interesting thing about memes is that memes are selected based on their ability to spread, propagate, and to be convincing. To kind of really highlight this, I actually have two images on the screen for people who are listening. On the left is a movie from the a scene from the cinematic classic Space Jam from the 1990s.
Did you actually see that?
I was a kid in the 90s, so of course I saw
yes?
Space Jam. Yes.
I had kids and I wouldn't go see it.
I don't think I saw it in theaters. Well, no, it wasn't any good. Okay. Let's be honest. It wasn't any good. But in this scene that's on the left, Elmer Fudd and I think Yosemite Sam are riffing and there's music included in the clip. They're riffing on and doing an homage to a scene from Pulp Fiction with John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson, which I have on the right just for comparison. And the music is taken straight from Pulp Fiction. It's an obvious reference to Pulp Fiction. Now, why they'd include a reference to Pulp Fiction in a movie that's written for kids, I think is a different question. But the point I'm trying to make here, because we also talked about it with regard to movie quotes, is this is the way to understand how ideas pass. And so obviously, because this scene from Space Jam is referencing the scenes from Pulp Fiction, it has to have been created no earlier than Pulp Fiction was created.
Unless the reverse is going on and Pulp Fiction is riffing off Space Jam.
Correct. That's the point, is if something's a reference to something else, it has to come after it just because of the way that time works. So how does this connect with Thomas Paine and Korihor? Well, let's go to the next slide and I'll share how we know, or at least we have good reason to believe, that Joseph Smith would have had access to a copy of Thomas Paine's Age of Reason.
Well, didn't everybody back then?
Well, a lot of people did, because Thomas Paine, so it's actually kind of sad to me and tragic how few people know about Thomas Paine and his importance to America's founding. He's often referred to as like an unofficial founding father because his pamphlet that he wrote in 1775, Common Sense, was so foundational. Going back to Austin referencing guerrilla warfare, it really was propaganda to get the American colonists organized and on board with the American Revolution that started in 1776. So despite Paine's centrality to having an American Revolution, his publication Age of Reason, which was several decades later in 1794, led to Paine's widespread rejection and vilification of Paine. I've used this quote before with RFM, but not on an episode. My favorite president, Teddy Roosevelt, 100 years later, talked about Paine and referenced him as a nasty little atheist, because of this book, Age of Reason, that Thomas Paine wrote in the 1790s. Interestingly, Age of Reason is not an atheistic book. It's actually operating from a deist perspective, because that's what Paine was. He believed in this deist figure, someone like the God of Spinoza or Einstein, that really set in order these natural laws that move. I also like to include
and then
this
walked away for
and then
an
walked away.
indefinite
That's right.
period of time and still
That's
is
right.
somewhere else.
I think the central way to understand deism is that the God of deism is non-interventionist. That's, I think, the key. So,
And I think it's their best stab at maintaining a belief in God while resolving the problem of evil.
exactly.
Although it doesn't get God off the hook completely, because where did you go and why did you leave?
Exactly. And so when Paine passed in 1809, you would think for someone who was so central to America's founding, he would have been, celebrated. But in fact, there were only 6 people in attendance at his funeral in 1809. And he died after an extended bout of illness, wherein he told the doctor, who asked him if he wished to accept Jesus before his passing, Paine said, quote, "I have no wish to believe on that subject." So he was intellectually consistent. So with that
I
brief
have no need of
background,
that hypothesis.
that's right. That comes from Laplace in his answer to Napoleon about why his model of the solar system did not need an interventionist God moving the celestial objects. That's right. So now, with that brief background on Paine and why he's important and what Age of Reason is, it's important to note that this quote I have comes from Richard Lloyd Anderson's Joseph Smith's New England Heritage book from 1971. When he was writing this book, he referenced an earlier manuscript of Lucy's biography of her son, the biographical sketches. And so he wrote this. This is at page 207 of Lloyd Anderson's book. It says, Lucy's preliminary manuscript here adds the further detail of Asel Smith's demonstrating disapproval of the Methodist interest of his son, Joseph Smith Sr. Asel came to the door one day and threw Tom Paine's Age of Reason into the house and angrily bade him read that until he believed it. So what Richard Lloyd Anderson is saying here is that there's an earlier manuscript of Lucy's history of Joseph Smith's origins, where she told this story and quoted the story of Joseph Smith Sr.'s father, Asel, who was a Revolutionary War veteran, right? To reference the earlier things we've talked about this episode. He comes to the house and is disappointed that this family is going through these religious revivals, probably the stuff that Joseph Smith is talking about in his 1838 account of the first vision. And so to counter that, Asel gives the family a copy of Tom Paine's Age of Reason that largely talks about the reasons you shouldn't accept the Bible and that religion is mostly superstition, and leaves it with the family. All to say, I'm not just looking for parallels between Joseph Smith's story in Alma 30 involving Korihor and Tom Paine. I'm looking at something we know that Joseph Smith had access to for that exact reason. So I'm not just doing the thing that we were accusing Austin of doing, looking in a forest of trees for leaves. I'm looking at something we know, according to Joseph Smith's own mother, that Joseph Smith had access to.
This tree is actually growing in Joseph Smith's backyard.
Exactly. And it wasn't
also,
an olive
it doesn't
tree.
make any difference whether one has actually even read the book. I mean, this is the Second Great Awakening, and everybody, with some minor exceptions, I'm sure, but basically everybody is aware of religion. There's an intense interest in religion, either for it or against it.
Exactly.
Which means that everybody on both sides knows the arguments on both sides.
And that's the exact reason that I started this by talking about this idea of memes, is because I don't want our position here to be strawmanned by anyone who might respond and say, so you're saying that Joseph Smith sat there with Age of Reason and incorporated the ideas of Age of Reason into his narrative. That's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that these ideas that we see in this story, and we'll get to the parallels here in just a minute, they can be referenced by Joseph Smith without Joseph Smith even knowing necessarily that they came from Thomas Paine. This is how packets of cultural information, or memes, work. I wanted to give a brief shout out, especially because I saw this same user in the live chat of Mormonism After Dark last night. If you'll go to the next slide.
Can I mention one other thing?
Sure,
right
of course.
Here. Okay, get rid of Pulp Fiction, and let's say you've only seen Space Jam. You understand what's happening here in Space Jam, right? Even if you don't understand where it's coming from or what it is a meme of, right?
Well, and that's the precise reason I've included this exact example, is because this scene was so oddly shot and constructed, and it has very distinctive music, that I knew it was referencing something even when I was a
Mhm,
kid. Like, I
mhm.
knew it was something. I didn't know what it was until I saw Pulp Fiction like 20 years down the road.
Yeah.
And that's the point I'm trying to make, is Joseph Smith can be working from Tom Paine's ideas without even necessarily knowing he's working from Tom Paine's ideas.
Yeah. Very good.
So I did want to give a shout out to the Reddit user Gazalem,
The
who
Gazalem.
the Gazalem, who they actually had a slightly different take on this same concept, but they're finding the same parallels between the story of core horror and skeptics from the 1700s like Tom Paine. And in fact, they reference both Paine, David Hume, and Voltaire. So I'll just read this introduction to their piece they wrote up just one day ago. Well, it would have been on Thursday when I snipped this, because I snipped it yesterday.
We were talking about this years ago, Colby. You were
Yeah,
telling me
years ago.
about this.
Thanks, RFM. He says, core horror, or he or she says, core horror is supposed to be a villain from 74 BCE, but he talks like a skeptic from the 1700s. In Alma 30, the Book of Mormon presents him as an antichrist who mocks prophecy, demands evidence, and calls out priestcraft as a tool of control. But his arguments don't sound like anything from ancient American or classical thought. They echo the rationalist, empiricist, and anti-clerical critiques of Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire, Paine, and Hume. Korihor is not an ancient heretic. He's a mouthpiece for 18th century ideas projected backwards into a fictional past. And we've talked about that concept quite a few times in this episode, in fact. His story is less a historical account than a reflection of Joseph Smith's 19th century environment shaped by American Protestantism's anxiety about reason, atheism, and religious authority. And I wanted to include this for two reasons. One, I wanted to give them a shout out. I don't care that other people come up with other takes on good ideas. I think it's impressive to have that type of convergence. And I thought they did a really good job summarizing it in this first paragraph. So I'd invite people to go check out that post on the Mormon subreddit. It's titled "The Overlooked Anachronism Core Horror Story."
So not only is Thomas Paine and his writing seen as an enemy to religious people in Joseph Smith's day, his arguments and his reasoning are put in the mouth of a Book of Mormon character named Korihor, who himself is an enemy to the religious beliefs of people in his day.
Exactly. And I actually went a little bit more in detail with this. If you'll go to the next slide, the way I did my comparison is I created a table of 6 different parallels, 6 very clear parallels I see between Korihor in Alma 30 and direct passages from Tom Paine's Age of Reason. And then, because I understand that parallels are only as good as the explanation, since we've criticized Austin for his, I think, incorrect use of parallels, I've included this third column to talk about why the parallel is significant.
Okay.
So the first of these parallels is the rejection of prophecy and future knowledge. So Korihor says in Alma 30:15, "Ye cannot know of things which ye do not see, therefore ye cannot know that there shall be a Christ." Tom Paine says in chapter 2 of Age of Reason, "It is a contradiction to call anything a revelation that comes to a second hand. It is revelation to the first person only, and hearsay to every other." So I see this as a strong parallel because they're both rejecting second-hand prophecy and holding that future knowledge is truly unknowable. Any thoughts on that one?
Only that later on, after the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith seems to agree or use this line of reasoning from Thomas Paine in order to enforce his idea that we have to receive our own revelations and we cannot rely on the revelations of those who have gone before.
Right. That is an interesting note. This second parallel is the accusation of clergy exploiting people. Korihor says in verse 16 of Alma 30, "You do not teach this people to look forward, but you look forward and say that you see a remission of your sins, but it is the effect of a frenzied mind." He then says in verse 27, "that ye may glut yourselves with the labors of their hands." In chapter 1 of Age of Reason, Tom Paine says, All national institutions of churches appear to me no other than human inventions set up to terrify and enslave mankind and monopolize power and profit.
That's pretty
This,
direct.
yeah, this is. I think this shows direct overlap. Accusation that priests use fear and false promises to control people and to extract their labor and their wealth. Any other thoughts on this parallel before we move to the
No, I
third?
think this is really interesting.
Yeah. Number 3 is the denial of Christ and the idea of scriptural messianism. Korihor says there should be no Christ, and this he did preach unto the people, declaring unto them that no man can know of anything which is to come. Tom Paine says, I do not believe in the creed professed by the Jewish church. My own mind is my own church. He also says in chapter 2 of Age of Reason, when he's talking about various religious traditions, that I disbelieve them all. So this parallel shows that both deny the divinity or prophetic legitimacy of Christ and reject a scriptural basis for seeing him as the Messiah. If we move to the next slide, I'll look at the 4th, 5th, and 6th parallels.
More. Wow.
Yeah, I did 6. Number 4 is rationalist epistemology and empiricism. This is probably the most pointed, I think, anachronism. Is that a lot like the Gazelem I share their opinion, that Korihor is using an epistemology that would have been entirely foreign to someone in his day, and instead sounds a lot like the folks that were coming out of the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution. Korihor says, why do you look for a Christ? For no man can know of anything which is to come. And Tom Paine says in the preface of Age of Reason, reason and not tradition is the oracle of man. I see this as showing high alignment, emphasis on sense data, and rational inference as the only valid sources of knowledge. After all, Korihor's story basically concludes with him demanding a sign, and Alma telling him, ye have had signs enough, are you going to tempt God? And so this shows really a root in empiricism and rationalist thinking.
How long is The Age of Reason as a book?
I don't think it's much longer than about 100 pages. Let me look at the PDF.
Right. It's not hundreds and hundreds of pages like the Enochic material.
No. Let me see. It's 159 pages.
Thanks for looking that up.
Yeah, of course. I read it a few years ago. It's quite an interesting and provocative little book. Number 5, the 5th parallel, religion as madness / delusion. We've already included this quote before, but Korihor said that it is the effect of a frenzied mind. Tom Paine says in chapter 1 of Age of Reason, it is impossible to calculate the moral mischief that mental lying has produced in society.
When he says mental lying, is he talking about religion?
He is. I think he's specifically talking about, I'd have to look at the full passage again. I think he's specifically talking about the idea of revelation. So a big touchstone in the first couple of chapters of Age of Reason is Tom Paine rejecting the idea of revelation. Going back to that quote we had a few in one of the earlier parallels, he talks about it being hearsay. That revelation, the idea of revelation is hearsay. You can't receive reports from someone of something miraculous and take them to the bank, in other words. And so I think he sees that as a form of mental lying. So both frame irrational or dishonest religion as harmful to mental integrity. And then the 6th one is actually not a parallel at all, but I thought it was an interesting one and will actually lead us to our next slide. It's the idea of materialism or strength-based ethics. So this is, I think, one of the more famous portions of Korihor's discourse. He says in verse 17 that every man fared in this life according to the management of his creature, every man prospered according to his genius. That's from Alma 30:17, and Paine in chapter 6 of Age of Reason actually takes the exact opposite position. Paine emphasizes moral duty, not moral relativism. He writes, the moral duty of man consists in imitating the moral goodness and beneficence of God manifested in the creation. So again, Paine wasn't an atheist at all. He was a deist, and you can see it right there. He's appealing to a God himself. So this is not a parallel, meaning that Korihor's materialism and implied moral relativism do not appear in Paine. So, of course, this prompted the question in me, how reasonable is it to see this as an outgrowth of the same time period that we're talking about here.
Right.
So what I see here, and you can take this slide away for a second. What I see here is I see three big buckets. I see anachronistic epistemology and rationalism. I see that ancient Jewish critiques of prophetic or messianic claims were usually not typically tied to the rejection of possibility. I'm sorry. They were not tied to the rejection of the possibility of prophecy or divine intervention in and of themselves, like as a category. It was more the rejection of that specific revelation or that specific prophecy, a lot like we just talked about with the Deuteronomist reforms. The Deuteronomist reforms weren't rejecting religion generally or revelation generally. They were saying this earlier revelation or purported revelation is wrong, and here's the real way to represent God. That's what we would expect from someone that was really based in the ancient world if Korihor were a real character that exists in the ancient world. Instead, Korihor's empirical skepticism and demand for sensory evidence reflects post-Enlightenment rationalism, no strain of ancient Jewish thought. We also see the mentions of the accusation of priestcraft and exploitation. This was a very common critique in Protestant Christianity, looking back to the history of the Catholic Church. So this would have been something that was also growing out of the same time period. We also see this reference to moral relativism, which we'll get to in just a second. So again, so that my position isn't strawmanned on this, I want to be clear. I'm not alleging there was direct textual borrowing here. I'm alleging there was conceptual borrowing, especially in Korihor's discourse, because what he's saying and the way he's saying it is so strikingly modern and certainly reflects early 19th century deist and rationalist critiques of religion, not those that we would ever find in the mouth of an ancient Jewish author. So under the assumption that Joseph Smith is the author of the Book of Mormon, it is highly likely that figures like Korihor, because there are at least two other antichrists that are built into the narrative, Sherem and Nehor,
yes,
that these characters are narrative vessels that Joseph constructed to caricature and then theatrically defeat these Enlightenment-style objections to religion that he would have been swimming in. Critiques from people like Payne, even if he didn't directly read and process Payne's book himself. In that sense, then, these figures function in the narrative as rhetorical scarecrows that are dramatized and then demolished through these miraculous interventions that we see, like with Korihor. So let's look a little bit more in depth at chapter 30, verse 17, if you'll go to the next slide. So this was the one parallel that we can't tie directly to Payne. This quote, every man fared in this life according to the management of his creature, therefore every man prospered according to his genius, and that every man conquered according to his strength, and whatsoever a man did was no crime. This prompts the question of where could this idea have come from? Is it more likely to have come from 1st century BC or from the 1800s?
Well, there are elements, it seems like, in it of survival of the fittest.
Yes, or social Darwinism.
Although Darwin believed in God, and yet this, I'm sure he believed in crimes, right? Mm-hmm. But this is just sort of a textbook definition, right? That everyone prospers according to their own genius, and that every man conquers according to his strength. Might makes right.
Exactly. So as I started to think, where could this idea have come from? The first place I turned is Thomas Hobbes. So Thomas Hobbes wrote a famous book called Leviathan in 1651 that is really a lead up to social contract theory. For those who may not be as interested in like political theory or political science, social contract theory is the entire basis of the American system of government. It just is. That's the whole reason that we have a constitution. That's the idea behind it. It's the idea. Social contract really at the baseline is the idea that each of us agrees to give up certain rights and privileges in exchange for other certain rights and privileges. So it's the idea that we create the laws that we are governed by. And Thomas Hobbes, really, his precursor to this idea, I would say American social contract theory is more based on the ideas of John Locke, but Locke was responding to the ideas of Hobbes, okay? And so Hobbes' ideas come from this book in 1651. I have on the right-hand side of the screen, I have, I think, the cover or the most famous poster maybe talking about it. His book was called Leviathan because it was a structured argument for why humans, if left to their own devices, would tear each other apart. My AP government teacher in high school, when he taught us about these ideas, he would say that Hobbesianism, or Hobbes' idea of humans' natural state, was naked stick fighting. It was tribes squabbling with each other. Might makes right. Mad Max, whatever analogy you want to use. That was
It's like
what
the beginning of the 2001 Space Odyssey movie.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so in Hobbes' view, he wrote this book in several different stages. And it starts with talking about humans' natural state. And then the idea that why a sovereign power, or a Leviathan, must exist to ultimately stop them. Thus, at the core of Hobbes' thought experiment about the state of nature, a pre-political condition where there is no law, no authority, and therefore no security, life under those circumstances, Hobbes famously concludes, would be, quote, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Not because people are inherently evil, but because we're rational enough to recognize that without a common power to keep everyone in check, mutual distrust and preemptive violence become the default setting. In short, no one can relax if everyone is armed and paranoid. Thus, from that premise, the first part of his book, where he's talking about of man, Hobbes then builds a case for this all-powerful sovereign, the Leviathan, that is created through social contract. People give up their individual right to exact revenge and enforce justice in exchange for collective security under a central authority.
You're talking about government, centralized government.
Okay. Exactly. It's a government. And I think to understand the foil of this, I would point people, not to get too contemporary with it, but I would point people to the, I guess you would call it the assassination of the CEO last year by an individual. Mm-hmm. That is basically Hobbesianism. Is if I'm strong enough, I can take whatever I want from you. I can do whatever I want to you. And there is no such concept of laws. The whole idea of government is we're giving up some of our freedoms to do whatever we want to other people in exchange for the right to not be treated by other people however they want to treat us. Yes. That's the whole idea of Hobbesianism. The bottom line here is that morality is not natural. But
this is the golden rule. Maybe this is the bronze rule. You can't do to others so that they can't do it to you.
Yeah. And so the idea is that morality isn't found in nature, but is created by the social contract for survival. In other words, it sounds a whole lot like the quote from Korihor we read, which I have underneath the picture there, that every man conquered according to his strength, and whatsoever a man did was no crime. It's law of the jungle, basically. Mm-hmm. If you'll go to the next slide.
That's very interesting. Great catch.
Well, thank you. I've pulled a few quotes just to show that I'm not just finding these parallels. I pulled quotes right from Hobbes so that people can see how consistent it is with what Joseph's responding to, or puts into the mouth of Korihor, I should say. Do you want to read starting at that gigantic red arrow? Wow, I really got out of scale there.
Does he not? Well, it's Leviathan. No. Does he not there as much accuse mankind by his actions as
I'm sorry.
by my words?
Let me pause you and give an example or give an introduction to this passage. What he's talking about here is he's talking about how people guard against other people's exploitation of them by creating locks, by locking their doors, by arming themselves sometimes. And so he's saying, he's making an analogy between people who take these actions and Hobbes writing this book. Okay, with that introduction.
Okay, thank you. Does he not there, okay, the guy who locks his door?
Yeah.
Does he not there as much accuse mankind by his actions, by locking the door, as I do by my words? But neither of us accuse man's nature in it. Is that a comma or a period?
I think it's a period.
What does that mean? But neither of us accuse man's nature in it. In other words, by locking the door, we're not accusing the nature of man.
I think he explains it in the very next sentence. The desires and other passions of man are in themselves no sin. No more are the actions that proceed from those passions till they know a law that forbids them.
Okay, so he's echoing Paul there, that I did not know sin until I knew the law.
Yes. And so he's saying that our natural state is not sinful. It's only the law. In other words, morality doesn't exist until we agree and create morality. That's really what he's saying here. It sounds
he's got a great way then to obliterate sin and ensure that everybody go to heaven, which is to have anarchy.
That's right. There's some of it that sounds a little bit like Joseph Smith. If you don't accuse me, I won't accuse you.
No more are the actions that proceed from those passions till they know a law that forbids them, which till laws be made, they cannot know,
Mm-hmm.
nor can any law be made till they have agreed upon the person that shall make it. That would be representative. Okay.
Right. So very close parallels to the quote that we started with from Alma 30:17. If you'll go to the next slide, I think I have maybe one or two more parallels
Is
I
this your own
found.
personal copy of Leviathan? I see some marks in there.
It's a PDF I pulled. It's not my
Okay.
marks.
I was just asking.
Thank you for exposing me
That's
as
okay,
being
because I
not
got
as
real
good as
books
you.
here.
I know.
Okay. There we go.
On the left-hand side, I will read, starting with, nature has made a passionate creature, desirous not of pleasure,
It's made
but of
man a
power.
passionate creature, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Nature has made man, I'm sorry, I skipped that, has made man a passionate creature, desirous not of pleasure, but of power. The passions themselves are not simple emotions, but charged with and mastered by the appetite for power. Honor consisteth only in the opinion of power. The worth of a man is, as of all other things, his price. That is to say, so much as would be given for the use of his power. The public worth of a man, which is the value set on him by the commonwealth, is that which men commonly call dignity. Leave men to themselves, they struggle for power, competition, diffidence, vainglory, driving them. Did you have any thoughts on that passage?
Yeah. I'm not against pleasure. I desire a little bit of pleasure every now and again. That seems to be a bit hyperbolic.
Yeah, and when I'm looking for parallels like this, I suppose maybe I won't break an arm patting myself on the back here. But what I want to highlight is the difference between the parallels I'm looking for and the parallels we were seeing earlier from Austin on whether it was Enoch or Book of Abraham. He's looking and finding certain words. I'm looking and finding certain thoughts, certain memes, concepts. Yes. And what we see here, very clear from Hobbes, is that it is the worth of man is his price, what he's willing to do and his power that he is able to assert over others. That is very consistent with what Korihor is saying. Do the words match? The words do not match. But my point here is that Hobbes' ideas were revolutionary in the time they were written. This led to John Locke's evolution of the same ideas in his social contract theory, which led to the creation of America. These ideas would have been completely foreign to someone like Korihor if Korihor were a real person. And yet they would have been ideas that Joseph Smith would have understood very well, even if he never read Thomas Hobbes' words, even if he never saw this passage. These ideas would have shaped Joseph Smith's world because they shaped our country.
Very good. So, and actually, that's a very good point. The concepts are more important than the words. So finding words that are the same are relatively insignificant compared to finding concepts that are the same.
That is my point, is that this is when you can actually find, I think, some significance in parallels, particularly because these ideas were so revolutionary when they were written in the 17th century.
This makes me think of a really funny line that this local attorney told me. He's even older than I am, and his name is Bud, and I'm going to talk like Bud. He's a great guy, and he's very smart, but there was this judge who's not on the bench anymore. She was actually very, very intelligent, but she would get so involved in the details that sometimes, from our point of view as defense attorneys, she would lose the plot of the law. I know she didn't feel that way. But what he says, RFM, the problem with Judge so-and-so is that she's more interested in the punctuation than the paragraph. More interested in the punctuation than the paragraph. And that's the difference between what we've seen from the apologetics of Austin Fife versus your analysis here of Leviathan and Korihor.
Well, as uncomfortable with compliments as I am, I'll take it. I had one last parallel here with Leviathan. If you'll go to the next slide, just to drive this home. To this war of every man against every man, this also is consequent, that nothing can be unjust. The notions of right and wrong, justice and injustice have there no place. Where there is no common power, there is no law. Where there is no law, there is no injustice.
That's starting to sound like 2 Nephi chapter 2.
It sounds a lot like 2 Nephi chapter 2, but it
By the
also is
way,
this.
I hadn't looked at this before, but yeah, that forcibly is impressed upon my mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of things in the Book of Mormon that only make sense when written from someone who would have been in Joseph Smith's worldview or coming from Joseph Smith's worldview and not from any worldview of ancient authors. The entire idea of a liberty, of a title of liberty, would
Mhm.
make absolutely no sense to someone in that day and age, and
What
would
is
have made
liberty?
a lot of sense to someone who had a Revolutionary War veteran great grandfather and grew up hearing those stories, or I'm sorry, grandfather, not great grandfather, and heard those stories. So you can see clear parallels again with that phrase from Korihor, which I have. So,
And I was going to read this right now
oh,
because
perfect.
everybody in the audience may not know what we're talking about with 2 Nephi 2. 2 Nephi 13 is the opposition in all things sermon.
Right.
13. And if ye shall say there is no law, ye shall also say there is no sin. If ye shall say there is no sin, ye shall also say there is no righteousness. If there be no righteousness, there be no happiness, and so on. It's the same kind of argumentation,
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
which I
So,
don't recall seeing anywhere in the Bible, by the way, either Old or New Testament.
right, because these are ideas that come out of the 1700s, not ancient Judaism. If you'll go to the next slide, I'll kind of sum up. Korihor's statements would most likely emerge between the late 1600s and early 1800s based on the ideas that he is talking about during or after the Enlightenment in a world that has already been shaped by Hobbesian naturalism and the evolution into social contract theory, empiricism, and the idea of secular ethics, or your ethics coming from the world. That's what Hobbes is talking about, by agreement. That is not something that ancient Jews would have believed. They thought that their ethics came from God, from divine command, from divine fiat. That is their worldview. It also challenges the idea of divine command theory morality, which we've talked about a number of different times. It also shows growing belief in reason, competition, and individual genius as social goods. This is something that was very much responsive in Joseph Smith's time, especially during the Second Great Awakening, but would have made no sense in Korihor's time. As a slight bonus on our next slide,
there's a bonus?
a slight bonus.
Slide bonus. Here
Yeah,
it is.
just a slight bonus to wrap up Korihor's story. There are times, and we kind of talked about this earlier when we were talking about the Genesis accounts. There are times when you're reading these scriptures where it is obvious that the story is myth. And I would suggest that the end of Korihor's story is one such example, because throughout the narrative, Korihor repeatedly affirms a naturalistic and empiricist worldview. He literally says, I will believe if you show me a sign. That is rationalism and empiricism. He rejects prophecy. He rejects the idea of an afterlife. He objects the idea of objective morality based in divine command, right? We have all of those scriptures right there. You cannot know of things which are to come. When a man was dead, that was the end thereof. Every man prospered according to his genius, and whatsoever man did was no crime. Let's look at the end of Korihor's story on the next slide. So this is from the end of Korihor's story, and it says, And now Korihor said unto Alma, If thou wilt show me a sign, that I may be convinced that there is a God, yea, show unto me that he hath power, and then will I be convinced of the truth of thy words. But Alma said unto him,
By the way, just picking up on something you said earlier,
yeah,
all this is being said by a guy who has already had an angel of God appear to him.
yes. I also have questions about how exactly mechanistically these exchanges were recorded. Did Alma come home and write it down? Was someone taking notes at the time? Because the back and forth of this exchange is captured like someone was there taking a court transcript, but we know that can't have been the case. And so it also kind of makes me wonder, what did it look like, and why was it recorded, or I'm sorry, supposedly abridged by Moroni or Mormon in the way that it was?
Well, we know
really...
it's Korihor because we know at least that Korihor could write.
There you go. Yeah.
He didn't have a lot of time to get it down, but...
Do you want to finish this first paragraph? I ended at, but Alma said unto him.
Thank you. But Alma said unto him, Thou hast had signs enough, Korihor. Will ye tempt your God? Will ye say, Show unto me a sign, when you have the testimony of all these thy brethren? and also all the holy prophets, the scriptures are laid before thee. Yea, and all things denote there is a God. Yea, even the earth and all things that is upon the face of it, the argument from creation. Yea, and its motion. Yea, and also all the planets which move in their regular form, doth witness that there is a supreme creator.
Okay, I have to pause you there for
He
a
knows
second
about
and
planets
just
too back then. Corey Hoare is a very well-educated fellow.
Yeah, he was a first century BCE person that seemed to have knowledge of all the common knowledge that someone in the 17 or 1800s would have. It's truly amazing. I just have to comment on this argument for just a second. This response from Alma, where he says, you have all of these things. All things denote that there is a God. If all things denote that there is a God, nothing could be included as evidence for a God. And what I mean by that is the way we're able to count things as evidence is by comparing that to things that are not evidence of that proposition. If all things are evidence of a God, that would mean that you have arrived at a tautology. Everything becomes evidence of the same proposition. It's an entire bout of circular reasoning. Do you see what I'm saying there?
No.
So the idea here is, Alma doesn't explain it as well, but the idea would be...
start off by saying what I do understand. What I understand you're saying is that, if all things denote that there's a God, everything is evidence that there's a God. Okay?
Then nothing is.
Then nothing is. Is it sort of like if everybody's cute, if every girl's cute, then no girl's cute?
It's more what I mean by it is this. The whole argument that he's arguing here, Alma, is the argument from design. This world was created, and and it was created by God, and we can tell because it was created by God. If everything is evidence of creation, how do you know anything is evidence of creation? That's my question. So the famous, I think, recapitulation of this argument is Haley and the watchmaker analogy. If I come upon a beach and I see a pocket watch sitting there, I can know that the pocket watch is designed. What if you're taking Alma's view that all things denote there is a God? You're not finding a pocket watch on a beach. You're finding a pocket watch on a beach of watches surrounded by an ocean of watches. If everything is evidence of design, then nothing is evidence of design. Because for it to be evidence, you have to differentiate it from the things that are not evidence of that proposition. I think that's what I'm saying. If everything...
So let me try and look at it this way. I said girls and cute, and that's a horrible sexist thing. Sorry. Have you ever heard that before?
No.
You liar. You were telling me about this years ago when you were talking to me about Thomas Paine. Okay. But let's say something that's not quite so bad. If everybody is really smart, okay, then nobody's really smart. What would your basis for comparison be?
That is the point.
We don't have people arguing about the sky being blue, right? Because we all know the sky is blue. So there's not evidence that the sky is blue because we see it. And I understand that there's light refraction and all that stuff that makes it appear blue to our eyes. But yeah, you don't have a lot of arguments going on about the color of the sky.
Yeah, and I think you really drove it home when you use the word comparison. For us to be able to say this category of things is designed and this category of things is not, we need some ability to say what is designed and what is not. Well, if all things are designed, if all things denote there is a God, then nothing really can, because it just is a tautology. You have no ability to discern between what was designed and what was not, if your argument is everything was designed. That's my point.
If I'm understanding you correctly, then Alma's argument here is inherently inconsistent.
It's just a tautology. I wouldn't even necessarily say it's inconsistent. If you're saying everything is evidence of a God, then really nothing is. Because if nothing can falsify your hypothesis, then you don't really have a hypothesis. You just
now
have
we get
an
back to science and Mormonism Live last Wednesday with our guest, Dwayne Anderson.
Which was wonderful, by the way.
Because he said the same thing. If you have a theory that's not falsifiable, then you don't have a theory, at least as far as science goes, because you can never know whether it's true.
Right.
Unless you can have a falsifiable theory.
Right. And going back to Paine, if we look at the passage you just read, when he says, "You have had signs enough," you have the testimony of all of these witnesses. You have the entire Holy Scriptures that you can lay out in front of you. That's something Paine rejects in the opening pages of Age of Reason. So we can see this clear connection between this. I guess here's my proposition. This passage exists to counter the ideas of Thomas Paine from the perspective of Joseph Smith. So he is arguing against Paine, who he puts Paine's arguments into the mouth of Korihor. He's arguing against these things and trying to counter them. And of course, because it's Joseph Smith's narrative, he miraculously invents an end to the story that makes the rationalist skeptic the bad guy.
And everybody knows it. Now it's objectively proven who was right and who was wrong. By the way, this is making it more clear to me why it is that Dwayne Anderson, the scientist, was telling us that science, you can't prove something true.
Yes.
You can only try to
falsify. You try to. If you're ever asked what would change your mind about something, and you can't even conceive of a reality where there's a piece of evidence that could disprove your opinion, you probably are doing the same type of argumentation that Alma is doing in this passage. You probably have accepted a tautology without even realizing it.
And this is what I used to do as a TBM before I allowed myself the liberty of asking or even contemplating the question, what if the church isn't true?
Exactly.
Because before that, that's the entire arena that you're allowed to play in. And we can see it here with Austin Fife's stuff, right? It's obvious that he cannot allow himself to think that question, and therefore every piece of evidence ends up leading him to the same conclusion.
Exactly. And the end of that paragraph that you started reading, Alma ends and says, Alma ends and says, and yet will you deny all these witnesses? Will you deny all of these things? And Korihor says, yes, I will deny, except you show me a sign. And then if you'll read the last paragraph.
And I'm the guy who actually believes in God because he sent an angel. Anyway, it's amazing. And Korihor put forth his hand and wrote. See, we know he can write in this non-literate society, which is necessary for the apologist as well.
Right.
Korihor put forth his hand and wrote. So we know he's not writing with his toes, saying, this is part of how undense the Book of Mormon is, how expansive the word is. It takes so many words to say something that doesn't require all these words. It's like it's an attempt to make it sound archaic in King James language, when actually it just makes it kind of verbose.
I told
Cami, what?
Oh, I told Cami last night it's a lot like listening to Jordan Peterson. It's like an exercise. It's like an exercise in maximizing the amount of words to contain as little meaning as possible.
Yeah.
As I've been rereading parts of the Book of Mormon, I have been blown away by how little substance actually is in the Book of Mormon. There are like five to maybe 10 stories that people reference. And there are some great passages. Like, I don't want to be overly critical of it. I really liked 2 Nephi 2 when I was a believer. I thought it was really deep stuff. But there is really so much surplusage that could be cut out if you were to summarize what actually happened. Like, if you were to do an actual abridgment, it would be a lot shorter.
It's like some little kids writing a book report to get 100 words in.
100%.
You ever see You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown? Lucy? A book report on Peter Rabbit?
Yeah.
Peter Rabbit is a stupid book about a stupid rabbit who steals vegetables from other people's gardens. 24, 25, 26, 27, 20. Yeah, that's how it goes. And Korihor put forth his hand and wrote, saying, I know that I am dumb, for I cannot speak. And I know that nothing, save it were the power of God, could bring this upon me. Yea, and I also knew that there was a God. Here's the big reveal. It's like the end of, what is it? It'll come to me in a second. It's not Pulp Fiction. But behold, the devil hath deceived me. It's the Crying Game. But behold, the devil hath deceived me, for he appeared unto me in the form of an angel, and said unto me, go and reclaim this people, for they have all gone astray after an unknown God. And he said unto me, there is no God. Yea, and he taught me that which I should say. So I got this angel who's appearing to me and telling me that everybody's gone forth after an unknown God, but there really is no God, said the angel.
Yeah. My point with this little bonus section is just to highlight that this narrative, remember, Austin last chapter was saying, look at all the complexity in the Book of Mormon. This is a narrative that is internally incoherent and inconsistent. If you'll go to the last slide, I wanted to lay this out. Earlier in the passage, this is all in one chapter. Earlier in the passage, Korihor says, there is no God. Later, he says, and I always knew there was a God. There's a reversal without any type of explanation. Earlier, he says, there is no devil, or it's at least implied by his views on the other things. And then he says, the devil appeared to me as an angel. He earlier says revelation is madness. Later says, I received a revelation from a false angel. The idea in this story is that the literal Satan believes that appearing to someone who says they're an atheist as an angel to convince people of atheism is a good strategy for deceiving humans. Remember that Korihor also says he doesn't believe in an afterlife. He says that when a man dies, that is the end thereof. So how he accepted the legitimacy of an angel and that the angel wasn't speaking for God makes absolutely no sense to me. And the reason that this matters is, well, there are more than one reasons that it matters, but one reason I wanted to highlight is because when we use the term logical, there are three laws of logic that I mean when I reference the term logical: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
And what does that mean in basic terms?
In basic terms, the way I've summarized it before is it means that a thing is what it is, it isn't what it isn't, and it can't be both at the same time. The fact that this narrative builds internal contradictions into it, into what Korihor believes, I think demonstrates very clearly that it is a narrative, it is a myth, it is a narrative and a polemic created to send a message. And the message is, if you're like Thomas Paine, you're bad and God will get you. That is the worldview of Joseph Smith. That was the worldview of the early saints. And that's why I think this story altogether, set aside all the parallels from Paine, it helps highlight that don't let the apologists trick you by going on and on about the Book of Mormon's complexity. Talk to them about a specific story. Pick any specific story. Pick the bow. Pick this story. Pick the building of the boat. They never want to talk about the specifics because they know that the devil lies in the details and demonstrates that this isn't a real narrative. It is a carefully crafted narrative by someone who is trying to make a point. And my argument would be that that person is very clearly a product of 16th to 18th century ideas. And I think that person was Joseph Smith. Your thoughts?
The message, I guess, is more important than the narrative, because the narrative is all wonky, but the message is what the author wants to get across.
Exactly.
And to get across the fact that Korihor / Paine, Thomas Paine, was wrong. And we know that objectively because he's the one who got cursed from God and he got made dumb, so he couldn't speak anymore.
Yeah.
And then he admits it. Then he confesses in a way that doesn't really make sense. But the important thing is that he's confessing.
Right.
This is a fascinating insight that you've gotten. I love these slides. I hope everybody else out there appreciates it as much as I do, if not more. But is this the end?
That was it. That was it for me.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's it for me too. So I think we're about done. Let's see where we clock in here, Kolby. Let's see, 4 hours and 25 minutes. I'll go back and I'm going to be editing about 5 minutes out of that. So we're going to clock in around 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Excellent. It flew by, RFM. I just want to say in conclusion how much I appreciate doing these episodes with you. They give us an interesting opportunity to have these conversations about this stuff week over week or as often as we do them, and they're always a lot of fun. I really like how in-depth you went on Austin's claims and showed that his claims really don't hold up, and I hope people enjoy my contribution, which was looking at these things and trying to falsify it. If you are really a critical thinker, the idea of falsifiability that comes from Karl Popper, and you talked about with Dwayne,
didn't he have a bunch of penguins? Karl Popper,
different Popper.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
Yeah. My point is just, if you really care about whether what you believe is true, you should try to falsify it. You should try to look for explanations that contradict what you already believe.
Yes. Instead of ignoring them, even while you know you're ignoring it.
Instead of leaning into our cognitive biases, we need to be aware of them and try and guard against them, not the opposite.
Very good. Very good. So I think those are great words to close by. Thank you again, Kolby. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And for those of you who stayed this whole thing. Special blessings upon you. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, and please leave a comment below. Let us know what you think about the show, and especially what you think about Kolby and his argument about Corey Hoare, because I think that's really the highlight of the show. For me, it was very important because I'm actually confronting some of myself from the past, especially in Enoch, which I have not until this point allowed myself to confront. And it seems to have kind of fallen like everything else has fallen. And that's unfortunate. And it's very disappointing. But on the other hand, that's how I grow. That's how I learn. I expect that's how we all grow and learn, is going through these difficult things, which lead us on to greater vistas where hopefully truth can be found after we've left the falsehood behind. So thank you once again, everybody. And thank you to those of you who have gone the extra mile and gone to radiofreemormon.org and clicked that donate button and made a donation. Thank you all so much. If you haven't yet, please do so. You're going to really like yourself afterward, I guarantee. Join us again next time, please, for the next episode of Radio Free Mormon, because that is about all for tonight. And this is, as always, Radio Free Mormon signing off the air.